mention is made of a collective. The 300 or so were not separated from the main group.
Did you expect to deal with the smaller belligerent group differently from the rest of the group?
Voorsitter, dit is korrek.
Chairperson, that is correct, yes.
Ons het verwag, kan ek net voortgaan asseblief,
If I could
voorsitter?
just continue, Mr. Chairperson.
Ons het verwag, soos ek reeds getuig het, dat die grootste gedeelte van die groter groep self uiteen sou gaan.
As I earlier gave evidence, we had expected that a bigger number of the bigger group would disperse on its own.
I don't think it's the bigger number of the bigger group. I think he said the bigger group. I don't think he said the bigger group of the bigger number of the bigger group. I think he said the whole of the bigger group he expected would disperse on their own.
Ten minste die
Did I
meeste.
understand you correctly?
Die meeste van die groter groep, indien nie die hele
Oh,
groep
so
nie.
interpretation is right.
Dis
Most,
reg, voorsitter.
I was wrong.
Thanks.
Maar ons het ook verwag dat potensieel daar selfs van die kleiner, meer militante groep, dat daar van hulle sou self uiteengegaan het.
We also expected, Mr. Chairperson, that a smaller number of the militant group would on its own also disperse.
Besilinde ndobani kwabambalwa kwakweliqela laba bebonakala bona kuba ngabalwayo bavele nabo bazambele.
Voorsitter, tradisioneel het jy slegs 'n klein groepie openbare ordelede nodig om selfs 'n groot groep mense uiteen te dryf, sou dit nodig wees?
Could you please
Interpreted yet. That answer hasn't been interpreted yet.
Traditionally,
You only need a small group of
we only need a small group of POP members
to disperse
to disperse.
a large group of protesters.
I'm sorry, a large group of protesters. We only need a small number of POP members to disperse a large group of protesters.
Ngokwesiqhelo ke sisebenzisa abambalwa bePOP ukuhlakaza ke iqela labantu abaninzi.
Could you please inform the Commission where in the plan this idea of two separate groups being treated differently appear?
Chaos bonise ke ngokapha kwesicwangciso esibhaliweyo into okuba lento benihleleyo into bani zawusebenza ngendlela ehlukileyo ngalamaqela amabini ibhalwe phina kwesicwangciso.
Voorsitter, die plan wat gedoop is Operation Platinum,
The plan duped Operation Platinum
Isibizwa ke isicwangciso Operation Platinum.
is 'n raamwerk in terme van polisie optrede.
It's a framework in terms of police operations.
Kumsebenzi ke wonke owenziwa ngamapolisa.
Ek het reeds gemeld dat dit die operasionalisering is van die contingency planning van die 13de.
I also mentioned that it was the putting into operation of the contingency dated the 13th.
Sithi ngobe kusenziwa ke nale contingency le beyibhalwe umhla we-date ye-13.
Mr. Bezos, there is a reference in the opening speech to two groups. Page 10, paragraph 25, lines 2 and 3, there's reference to the object of dispersing and disarming over 3,000 protesters and it should be removing, I imagine, and removing the more militant and obdurate ones by way of arrest. So there is a distinction between those who were going to be merely dispersed and disarmed and those who were going to be arrested. The arrested ones, or the ones to be arrested, were described as the more militant and obdurate ones. So there is a distinction already drawn in the opening statement, to be fair. There may be other questions you want to ask based on that passage, but I don't think you can suggest to him that the distinction between two groups is something that's not in the opening speech.
I will accept that. I will accept that. Is there any other place in the plan in which the two groups were going to be treated differently as part of the overall plan. Is there any other place in the plan which says that we did not expect, to use your own words, we did not expect to have to deal with the 3,000 people, and also so our deployment was in line with smaller groups in terms of that there was an expectation that they would be the ones that would not necessarily want to go or disperse over their own accord. Is there any other place other than what the chairman of the Commission has referred us to, any other place in the plan? Any other reference in the plan?
Jembe gqobombonisa ke ngokunosihlalo kuba ubizos ngoba indawo nendawo apha kuthiwa abantu kuzosetyenzwa ngabo ngendlela ehlukileyo ufuna uqonde ke ngoba ikhona indawo engenye apho kuthetha into lolo hlobo na.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bezos, I referred you to the opening statement, not the plan. I didn't make it clear. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. No.
Apologize, but
well, could I repeat the question as to whether there is anything in the plan? Is there anything in the plan?
Uyabuza ke uyabuza pha ikhona endawo apho kubhalwe khona apha kusicwangciso lonto le.
Voorsitter, die plan maak voorsiening vir aktiwiteite en handelings,
provides for activities and actions.
Isicwangciso ke sithetha ngezinto namanyathelo ayizakwenza uthathwa.
Please refer us to the passage in the plan. I'm sorry, Mr. Interpreter, I cut you off.
Fine.
Guys,
You cut the witness off, which is even more serious, but anyway, please,
Yes.
give
Please
him a chance and
continue
then
if you want to.
dankie.
Mr. Semenya wants to say. Mr. Semenya?
Chair, can Mr. Bezos also have reference to slide 78 of Exhibit L?
kuthiwa makajonge phana uqobo lamapolisa slide 78.
Look at the last two lines of slide 78, Mr. Bezos.
That's not the plan, Mr. Chairman. The plan which they had, the operation plan.
The heading of slide 78, Mr. Bezos? What is the heading of slide 78?
Operation. But this is ex post facto, Mr. Chairman. The plan is.
I'm not sure about that, but perhaps if it is ex post facto, that's something you must take up with the witness. But the point Mr. Semenya makes is a slide which is headed operational plan. In fact, it dates already from the 14th, when the plan was first drawn up, I think, and it refers to the more militant group being dealt with in a particular way. So I'm sure he suggested that just so that we could save time. But if it's ex post facto, I'm not sure it is, but if it is, that's a matter to take up with the witness, not with me.
I will persist in for an answer to the question. The plan is a document before the Commission. Where in that plan is the two groups referred to?
Remind us, what's the exhibit number of the plan? SS3. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Samile ke kulento bendiyibuza into ba pha kusicwangciso iphi indawo ethi kuzawusetyenzwa ngendlela ehlukeneyo ngalamaqela amabini.
Voorsitter, ek was besig om te verduidelik dat daar nie in die plan staan dat ons sodanig sal optree teen die militante groep of sodanig sal optree nie.
I was busy explaining, Ms. Chairperson, how action would be taken against the groups.
Bendisachaza ke into yokuba yintoni ezawukwenzeka ke ngalamaqela.
Die plan maak voorsiening vir die handelinge en aktiwiteite, die gedrag van individue.
The plan provided for actions of the groups and individuals.
Kuba kuchaziwe kusicwangciso into yoba kuzawusetyenzwa njani ngamaqela kwakunye ke nabantu aba.
En daarvolgens is daar gebeurlikhede ingebou in die plan.
And these were built, contingencies were built into the plan.
Yonke loo nto iye yadityaniswa ke phaa kwisicwangciso indlela ekuzosetyenzwa ngayo.
En daar kan ek u verwys na die vlak 2 ontplooiing.
I would refer you to the stage 2 deployment.
Yawuthumela ke phaa kwinqanaba lesibini apho bekuboniswa ukuthunyelwa kwamalungu khona.
En ook pertinent die vlak 3 ontplooiing.
And pertinently the third stage deployment.
Naphaa kwinqanaba losithathu apho kuthunyelwa khona ke ngokwamalungu.
Wat dan sekere handelinge daarstel deur die polisie om juis sodanige optrede deur ook die militante groep aan te spreek.
Which provided the police with the necessary activities to deal with that grouping.
Die sogenaamde offensiewe maatreëls.
The so-called offensive measures.
Apho kuboniswa ke ngoku into amapolisa imanyathelo azawathatha xa ezawusebenza ke ngoku ngeli qela lalindlongondlongo.
You are reluctant, General, to point to any specific wording in the exhibit of the plan.
Ingathi urhuqa inyawo awufuni ukusibonisa phaa loo nto ibhalwe phi phaa kwisicwangciso.
Supports your 2 sentences that you gave in evidence.
Into ezawuxhasa ezinto zimbini uzithethileyo ngelo xesha bunika ubungqina bakho.
Voorsitter, daar staan nie in die plan dat dit is ons sal aan die militante groep hanteer of dit is wat dit sal hanteer nie. Ons spreek handelinge aan.
It does not state in the plan precisely this step would be taken and this step would be taken. It speaks of contingency plans.
Akuhlukoniswe ke ngoku amanyathelo azawuthathwa phaa kwisicwangciso kuthethwa nje ngayo yonke into ezawukwenzeka idityanisiwe yonke.
En die handelinge is as 'n groep nie uiteengaan nie, dan sal die volgende handeling plaasvind.
If an action would not succeed with the one group, the following step would be taken.
Ukuba ke ngoku isenzo esithile asiphumeleli kwiqela elithile kuzawuthathwa inyathelo elilandelayo.
So dit is juis wat ons bedoel met die operasionalisering van 'n plan. Dis nie 'n omvattende plan wat geskryf word.
We meant by an operational plan. It
Best
wasn't a
alone.
plan that was precisely mentioned what everything was it is that was going to be done.
Kula uyiloo nto sithetha ke ngoku ngesicwangciso sesenzeko loo nto iquka yonke into eyayiza kwenzeka apho.
Is a senior police officer, as senior as you are.
Ubrigadier Khalid
No,
na
he's
He's a
brigadier.
brigadier, and the witness is a major general.
Yes. He is a senior police officer.
Ubrigadier Khalid lipolisa elinesikhundla esiphezulu naye.
Brigadier Khalid is versekerde senior polisie offisier, dis korrek.
Certainly as a senior police officer.
Did he have a
Qinisekile-
part?
Qinisekileyo ke unesikhundla ke esiphezulu.
Did he take a part in the adoption of the plan?
Wathatha inxaxheba na ekwenzeni esi sicwangciso.
Dit is korrek, voorsitter, hy was deel van die JOCOM vergaderings.
It's correct, Mr. Chairperson. He was part of the JOCOM meetings.
Inyani ngoba naye wayithatha inxaxheba kwintlanganiso zeJOCOM.
And he was also an operational commander.
Na kwi-operation ezo ke ngoku naye yayiyikhomanda.
Dit is korrek, hy was die operasionele bevelvoerder.
Yes, he was the operational commander.
Kunjalo ke wayeyinkumanda naye yezento ezazenzeka apha i-operation.
I want to read to you a portion of his statement
Funa ukufundela indawo ethile ke phaa kwi-statement asenzileyo.
Exhibit G 13,
Statement sakhe ngu-G 13.
paragraph 7, which says, according to according to the plan, in paragraph 7, on the 14th of August, there were approximately 4,500 armed men at the copy. The group was aggressive and they're waving their weapons at us.
Uthi ke ngoku yena kwintetho yakhe abantu babengamawaka amane namakhulu angamakhulu amahlanu bonke bexhobile phaa entabeni kwaye bendlongondlongo kwaye besikhomba ke ngezixhobo zabo.
They were all armed on the 16th of August.
Bonke babexhobile nge-16 ka-August.
Paragraph 19 You got it?
Uyifumene?
Sien net vir my kan verwys na watse lyn in paragraaf 19, min of
If you
meer.
could
Just
just
reading lines 1 and 2.
Line.
The crowd that was assembled at the copy, have you got that?
Get it?
I've got it.
Ndiyifumene?
Was unruly and very aggressive.
Babengalawuleki aba bantu kwaye babendlongondlongo.
They were all armed with extremely dangerous homemade and bought weapons.
Babexhobile ke ngezixhobo ezinobungozi kwaye ezinye zingozenzele, ezinye zithengiwe.
Which they clearly intended using to injure or kill SAPS members.
Ababefuna ukuzisebenzisa ukonzakalisa okanye ukubulala ke amapolisa.
And mark the following words. They acted as one group and all of them associated themselves with the action of each other. All of them had the same intention and goal.
Ke babenza yonke into bexhasana besebenza bebumbene ngamxhelomnye kwaye injongo yabo yayinto enye.
Do you agree that your evidence is contradictory to that paragraph in Brigadier Kalitz's statement?
Uvumelana nami ukuba ke ngoku ubungqina bakho buphikisana nalento ithethwa nguBrigadier Kalitz ebungqineni bakhe kwistatement sakhe.
Voorsitter,
Yakhabana.
ek kan slegs getuig oor die feite aan my bekend.
Mr. Chairperson, I can only give evidence about facts that are known to me.
Mna ke ndinika ubungqina qha ngezinto endizaziyo.
Please ask to go back to where you were earlier about the plan. There is something in the plan. I think we should mention now to get it out of the way so that it waste further time on it. If we look at exhibit, it's double S3. Double S3. If you go down it, I don't know how the pages aren't numbered, but about halfway, right near the end of that document, about the 4 or 5 pages from the end of the document, is a document headed Operation Platinum, London Mine, Marikana, 16 August 2012, Stage 3. Have you found that? It appears to be all, it's a bunch of pages, it's actually 4 pages, all stapled together. It's the last 4 pages of the exhibit.
Ngamaphepha amane okugqibela ke apha kolu xwebhu laka SS3.
We may have stapled together ourselves, so don't rely too much on the staples. And then the second page of those 4 pages, in other words, the third last page of the exhibit, says the following. Protester group still deemed, it's headed risk assessment, protester group still deemed a threat to police members due to a smaller group who are armed, I suppose, showing a militant attitude. So in the plan itself, the risk assessment of stage 3, there is a reference to a smaller group armed showing a militant attitude. So I think, to be fair, that's the passage that the witness had in mind, which he couldn't find at the time. So I don't think we need to spend any more time on that. I don't want to stop you with the next bit you're busy with, but that seems to... I just want to get that point off the table because it seemed to me that, subject to the argument you're going to advance, that there may not be anything in it. But let's proceed on with the point he's busy with now.
Yes.
Ayike ibhaliwe pha kwisicwangciso ivezi luhlalo ba lento ayibuzayo ibhalwe ndawoni pha kwisicwangciso ingakumbi xa kuthethwa ngenqanaba lesithathu.
You know, General, there is a police culture that people speak of that one policeman doesn't contradict another policeman.
Kukho into ethethwe
We are
ekhaya
in this together,
kuthiwa
and
loo
we
nto
will not put blame on anyone who is our fellow policeman. Are we wrong in that?
Are you asking the witness whether that's correct?
Yes.
Are you aware of that attitude of excessive
Kuthiwa ke-
collegiality?
kuthiwa kukho le nto ke ngoku isisiqhelo isisithethe samapolisa into yokuba ipolisa alinawuphikisa okanye lithethe into ekhabane thethwa lelinye ipolisa ngoba badibene kule nto akanawusola omnye lipolisa elipolisa nayo kuyabuzwa ke ngokuba uyayazi loo nto leyo njalo na.
Voorsitter, ek is nie bewus van so 'n kultuur nie en ek is verseker ook nie as 'n individu deel van enige so 'n kultuur nie.
Chairperson, I am not aware of such a culture, and as an individual, I am not part of that culture.
Ke ngoku mna ndazi into ngeso sithethe eso kwaye mna ndiyinxalenye yeso sithethe sinjalo.
Voorsitter, en dan was ek nog besig om my vorige vraag van advokaat Bisos te probeer beantwoord.
And I was still busy when interrupted, Mr. Chairperson, responding to the last question Mr. Bezos put to me.
Xesha ke bendiphazanyiswa bendisendiphendula laa mbizo wokugqibela bendibuza wona ke ngoku uadvocate Bezos.
En ek het gemeld ek kan net oor my eie feite getuig.
I mentioned that I can only give evidence about my own known facts.
Nditshilo into yoba ndinganika ubungqina nje ngezinto endizaziyo mna.
Fotos wat ek gesien het wat twee duidelike groeperings aandui.
The photos that I saw, Mr. Chairperson, that shows two distinct groups.
Imifanekiso endiyibonileyo ibiveza ke amaqela ahlukeneyo amabini.
Terugvoer wat ons in die jog gekry het.
The feedback that we received at the JOC.
Ingxelo esithe sayifumana phaa kwijog.
En die besprekings tydens JOCOM vergaderings.
And the discussions during JOCOM meetings.
Neengxoxo ezithe zabanjwa phaa kwiintlanganiso zeJOCOM.
Why don't you want to answer a simple question?
Kutheni
I
ungafuna
will
uphendula umbuzo lo?
reread the last two lines. They acted as one group, and all of them associated themselves with the actions of each other. All of them had the same intention and goal. Do you agree that that is contrary to your evidence?
Mr. Semenya wishes to say something.
Chair, the fair treatment of Brigadier Khalid's statement would also have paragraph 12 amongst many that is addressing itself to the group of 300 to 400 men who were very aggressive and waving their weapons at us.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, with respect, the mere fact that there may have been another statement somewhere else, my learned friend can.
Yes, I'm sorry. The complaint really is about the fairness of the question. And we don't know whether the Major General had an opportunity to study Brigadier Carlett's statement. You're putting a passage to him.
Yes.
The basis of the objection with which we must deal is that it's not fair to put the passage you put in isolation without also drawing the witness's attention to the the passage in paragraph 12 to which Mr. Semenya referred. Now, what is your answer to that objection?
Into engafanelekanga ke ukuba kukhethwe into ethile ayithethileyo uBrigadier Khalid kuthiwo ingajongwanga yonke into ayibhalileyo ngoba asazi nobe lingqina lifumene ithuba balifumane lifunde yonke intetho ebhaliweyo eyenziwe nguBrigadier Khalid.
The rest of the men remained on the copy from where they were chanting and waving their weapons at us.
The earlier part, Mr. Bezos, does refer to a group of men on the mountain, some of them covered with blankets and armed with weapons, were on the ground about 80 meters away from the barbed wire vehicles. These men were very aggressive, were waving their weapons at us. They were about 300 to 400 men. Then we've read the last sentence. Anyway, probably the objection falls away in the light of the fact that the witness's attention is now pertinently being drawn to the other passage. So perhaps we can now give him a chance to answer
Mr. Chairman, with respect, if there is a patent contradiction of two senior officers, that there were
Mr. Bezos, you put the question. The objection now falls away because the other passage has been referred to.
Yes.
Let's give the witness a chance to answer the question, unless you wish to reformulate your question before he answers.
Well,
kuthiwa masinike ingqina anike ingqina ithuba.
even having regard to the slightly different words used by Brigadier Kalitz elsewhere, is there anything that is not clear with the two sentences of the passage that I have read out to you, and is it not in contradiction with the whole of your evidence?
Kule nto ndiyifundileyo ethethwa nguBrigadier Kalitz ikhona into engacacanga kwaye akucacanga na into yokuba le nto ithethwe nguBrigadier Kalitz ikhabana nale
In
uyithethayo
relation to this point, I'm sorry.
kulo mba ke ngoku lo sithetha ngawo ngoku.
Brigadier Kalitz kan getuig oor sy eie waarnemings.
Chairperson, Brigadier Kalitz will come and give evidence about his own observation.
Again, you're kicking for touch.
He's finished his answer. I'm not. Well, I won't say anything about your last comment.
I'm sorry,
Let's
Mr. Chairman,
give him a chance to finish his answer first.
Kuthiwa masimnike ithuba kaphendula agqiba ukuphendula ke.
En ek kan getuig oor my waarnemings.
And I can only give evidence about my own observations.
Uthetha ngento azibonileyo uBrigadier Kalitz nam ke ndinika ubungqina ngento endizibonileyo.
En ek het getuig waarop ek my eie waarnemings baseer.
I have also given evidence on what I base my observations, Mr. Chairman.
Ndinikile nezizathu into yobana ke ngoku endithe ndanika ubungqina bam phezu kwazo.
En my waarnemings is nie slegs gebaseer op dit wat Brigadier Kalitz sê nie.
And my observations are not only based on that which was said by Brigadier Kalitz.
Into endinika ubungqina ngayo kaloku ayixhomeke ngawanye ayithathanga kwinto ezithethwe kuBrigadier Kalitz.
Dis gebaseer op pertinente foto's wat ek self onder oog gehad het.
It's based on pertinent photos which I personally saw.
Ubungqina ke buphathelene nemifanekiso endithe ngokwam na ubuqu ndazibona.
Dis gebaseer op die terugvoer van 'n verskeidenheid van bevelvoerders.
And also based on feedback by a variety of officers.
Nakwingxelo ke yayivela kumalungu ohlukeneyo.
Commanders, I think he said. Bevelvoerende officers.
Or commanders, I'm sorry.
Iinkomanda ezo.
Variety of commanders.
Terugvoer wat bespreek was tydens die JOCOM vergaderings en ook die nabetragtingsvergaderings in die aande wat daar pertinente bespreking was oor die kleiner militante groep.
And these were feedback after at the JOC.
The talk and in the evenings.
Debriefing.
And in the evening.
Debriefing meetings.
In the evening debriefing meetings.
Kwezi ntlanganiso ke zazibanjwa ngokuhlwa pha kuJOCOM kwakucela kwexesha kwakuthethwa ngeliqela labantu abambalwa babendlongo.
Where there was reference to a militant group.
Where there were reference to a militant group, yes.
You made
something, if I may just say, Mr. Chairman, something was said about nabetrachting. I can't. Feedback, which was.
And hindsight, nabetrachting normally hindsight. And there was the feedback, and then there was also further discussion by way of hindsight, I take it, in the evening of what had happened during the day. I think that was the thrust of what he said. If I've got it wrong, he'll correct me.
This was what I said, yes. Thank you, Mr.
General, you made a long speech.
Isn't
it simple for you to say that my senior colleague was wrong in saying that? You're not prepared to say that. Why not?
Yeah, before the witness answers, Mr. Semenya.
Chair, Mr. Bezos' questions are predicated on a contradiction. We try to point out that there is no contradiction because Brigadier Kalitz also distinguishes the smaller group from the bigger group. So they are not at odds with the evidence of the witness.
Mr. Chairman, the words are clear, very, very clear, that they acted as one group and all of them associated themselves with the actions of the other. All of them had the same intention and goal, what could be clearer, Mr. Chairman, than reading those words?
The passage of the witness, let's see what it has to say. I don't remember you putting it in terms that what Brigadier Collins said was wrong, and you're now saying he didn't say he was wrong, and therefore you're criticizing him. So anyway, let's give him a chance to answer the questions, and then you can carry on. So have you finished your question?
I've finished the question,
okay,
whether this is in contradiction, Mr. Chairman.
Well, you put it as a contradiction. Let's see what the witness has to say, whether he agrees.
We'll have another long speech, Mr. Chairman, with respect.
Bezos, I don't think that's a comment that's worthy of you. Let the witness give his answers, long or short, and we will listen to them, and then we can carry on. Yes, Mr.
Lizawuphendula inqina.
Voorsitter, ek is seker as Brigadier Collins kom getuig, sal hy dit kwalifiseer.
I am certain, Mr. Chairperson, that when Brigadier Kalis is called to give evidence, he will expatiate and explain it.
Ndiqinisekile into yoba uzawuchaza xa ifike apha ke ngoku ke noBrigadier Collins.
En hy sal ook sy terugvoer en sy deelname in die JOCOM vergadering sal hy bevestig.
He will also confirm his involvement, his briefing at the JOCOM.
Uzawuchaza nendlela ke wathatha inxaxheba ngayo ngexesha kwakhutshwa ingxelo phaa kwiJOCOM.
Dat daar twee duidelike groeperings was.
That there were two definite different groups.
Uba kwakho amaqela amabini ohlukeneyo.
Dat hulle verskillend bewapend was.
That they were armed differently.
Babexhobe ngendlela engafaniyo.
Dat hulle gedrag anders was.
That their behavior also was different.
Isimilo sabo sasingafani indlela babeyiyo.
En dat hulle selfs verskillend aangetrek was.
That they were also dressed differently.
Nendlela babenxibe ngayo yayingafani.
It does seem as if there is a contradiction of some sort. So let's have a look at that for a moment. Para 19, the crowd that assembled on the Kopi was unruly and very aggressive. That obviously refers to everybody, I take it. They were all armed with extremely dangerous homemade and bought weapons, which they clearly intended using to injure or kill SAPS members. Now, my understanding of the evidence is that most of the people in the larger group had traditional weapons, sticks and that sort of thing. Not to say that some of them didn't have dangerous weapons, but it's not your evidence, as I understand it, that they all had dangerous weapons. Most, if not all, of the smaller group did. So, unless some qualification is introduced by Brigadier Collins in the course of his oral evidence, this statement in the second sentence of Para 19 isn't in line with your evidence. So there is a contradiction to that extent, and I think you'll agree. So, and I think Mr. Bezos is trying to get you to deal further with the contradiction, but I must allow him to repeat his question. But you've now agreed there is a contradiction, but Mr. Bezos can take it further. Mr. Semenya?
Brigadier Collins, in the statement, addresses from paragraph 12, the smaller group. And when he's talking about those in the later paragraphs, he's still addressing the smaller group of 300 to 400 people.
Semenya, I'm not sure we know that that's right, because the first sentence of 19...
No, from 12, Chair.
No, I understand that. But we believe 19 at the moment. The first sentence of 19 says, the crowd that assembled on the Kopi, well, that's obviously all of them, I would think, big and small group, they were all armed. So it does look as if there is, on paper at least, a contradiction. What the value of it is a matter that can be debated later. And the witness, in any event, presumably would wish to comment on it. But I don't think I can disallow the question. But, Mr. Bezos?
Kuthiwa oyena kuzayicacisa ukuhlekelela iqela kuthiwa bebaninzi bexhobe bonke bekushiwo ngaphambili kwaBrigadier Collins njengoba kubonakala ingathi ubungqina belingqina bukhabana nobu buthethwa nguBrigadier Collins kwistatement sakhe.
General, if I understood your answer to the question properly, you said that you are confident that your colleague, Brigadier Collins, will amend his words. Did I misunderstand you?
I understood him to use the word qualify, and I'm not sure that qualification is necessarily an amendment.
Well,
so if you put it on the basis of qualification,
yes,
I'll allow the question.
Yes.
If you put it on the basis of amendment, I won't.
Let me use the word, the softer word, Mr. Chairman. You are confident that your colleague will qualify his statement. Don't you think it a little presumptuous to make that assumption?
Ngokuxa usithi ucimba ubrigadier Khalid uzawuzapha zama uyichanchatha icacise ivakale lento le ayintekelelo into yenza into ithekelelayo na.
Voorsitter, nee, want ek lees hierdie paragraaf met
No, Mr.
verwysing na die
Chairperson.
crowd.
Because I'm reading this paragraph where reference is made to the crowd.
Ngokuba kaloku ndifunda apha kule paragraph kweli ndawo kuthethwa ngesihlwele kuso.
In die konteks met die terugvoer wat hy aan ons gegee het.
In the context and the report, the briefing he gave to us,
Ndijonge umxholo wonke kwakunye ke ngokunengxela wathi wasinika yona.
Beide in terme van radio terugvoer as ook die Jocom terugvoer.
both in terms of the radio reports and the JOCOM briefing.
Ngokwengxelo ezize ngonomathotholo nakwingxoxo ke zazibanjwa phaa kwiJOCOM ezihlanganisweni.
Voorsitter, en as mense tegnies lees soos u daar sê, kan ek verstaan, want hy maak nie onderskeid nie, hy verwys na die kopie as die groter geheel.
If a person reads it technically, doesn't make the difference because it refers to the copy.
Umuntu eyifunda ke ngobuchula yenza umahluko ngoba ithetha ke ngentaba induli leya ikopi.
Maar ek lees dit in die konteks van die gedurende verwysing na die twee
But
onderskeie
I'm
groepe.
reading it's in the context of the two distinct groups mentioned therein.
Ndifunda ke phansi komxholo lo uthetha ngalamaqela amabini ohlukeneyo.
I'm going to put to you, General, that your evasive answers are
Mr. Bezos, you can
Got
put
your
to him,
answers.
never speak, I'm sorry. You can put to him that his answers are evasive, and he can comment on that. But you can't assume that they're evasive and then put something to him on the basis of that, because he may not agree that his answers are evasive. So I suggest you put the question properly.
Yes. We will submit, General, that you are following the example that I indicated earlier, that policemen do not contradict one another. They support one another, never mind what the facts are.
Ndizawuthi kungxoxo mpikiswano into yokuba wena wenza lento ebendisenza umzekelo ngayo into yokubana awufuni ukuphikisana nabanye abangamapolisa kodwa uyabaxhasa kule nto abayithetha ungakhathaliseki into yoba yintoni eyenzekileyo.
Voorsitter, nee, ek teken beswaar aan teenoor die opmerking van advokaat Bezos.
Must note an objection to the question that has been put, Mr. Chairperson.
Hayi ke kule nto ithethwayo mna ndikhaba ngawo mani.
Meneer Bezos kan nie 'n oordeel oor my integriteit maak gegee die manier wat ek 'n vraag antwoord.
Bezos cannot make a judgment over my integrity.
Oor hoe ek 'n vraag
Akanawuvele nje uadvocate Bezos ayigwebe okanye avele ayigxeke into endiyithethayo.
Ek sal dit oorlaat aan die kommissie om dit te doen.
I will leave that decision to be made by the commission to make that decision.
Yakuyeka ke leyo injalo ndiyeka uba le commission ibe yiyo ezawuthatha isigqibo ngaloo nto leyo.
The whole answer wasn't interpreted. He said Mr. Bezos can't make a reflection on his integrity based upon an answer he gave. That part
That's correct,
was
sir.
not
I
interpreted.
was unfortunately disturbed by my colleague at the back here. Thank you, sir.
General, we have searched the documents of what is his rank?
Bezos, you've got two microphones. I don't know which. I see you only got one now. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Mbembe, in Exhibit GG12, Major General Naidu, in Exhibit DD, Lieutenant Colonel Scott, in Triple F-18, Mr. Semenia's opening statement, the Provincial Commissioner Mambo's statement,
You mean,
and the
I
evidence.
think you mean General, Lieutenant General Mbombo.
Mombo. And the evidence of the National Commissioner. Nowhere were we able to find anything like your sentence. We never thought that we would have to deal with bigger 3,000 group because there were two distinct groups. So our employment was in line with a smaller group in terms of that there was an expectation that they would be the ones that would not necessarily to go on or disperse out of our own accord. What I'm putting to you is that nowhere were we able to find your words supported by any of these witnesses. What is your commentary? Not in relation as to whether there were two groups or not, but the words that you have used, that you only had to deal with a small group of 300 to 400. What do you say to that?
Kuntetho ke ngoku yenziwe kwistatement saka General Mpembe nesika Major General Naidu nesika Lieutenant Colonel Scott nesika Senior Counsel Semenya no Provincial Commissioner kunye no National Commissioner akho apho bathetha lento ithethayo into kuba babengazi into bafuneke basebenze ngeliqela bayi 3000 kodwa nani babejongise kweli qela labantu abambalwa ngoba bebecinga into ba aba kanye besazi into ba aba baninzi bazavela bazambile ngokwabo ufuna ukwazi ba kundawo nike kwabantu bakhangatyileyo ngoku apho kuthethwa ngalento ayithethayo yena.
Voorsitter, ek het getuig oor die feite soos wat
Chairperson, I gave evidence about facts
soos wat dit waargeneem was tydens die JOCOM vergaderings
as observed during JOCOM meetings.
Ndindike ubungqina ke ngezinto ezithe kwathethwa zabonwa napha zithethwa ngazo kwintlanganiso zeJOCOM.
die besprekings wat plaasgevind het,
The discussions that took place,
Neengxoxo ke ezathi zabanjwa,
die insette wat gegee was,
the inputs that were brought in,
negalelo elathi lenziwa,
die verdere besprekings wat plaasgevind het
En
tussen die
verder.
JOC verteenwoordigers,
discussions that took place amongst JOC representatives,
neengxoxo ezabanjwa ke ngaba babepha kuJOC bethatha inxaxheba,
en die nabetragting vergaderings.
and the meetings that were held in hindsight.
nezinye ke ukintlanganiso zazibanjwa emva kwesehlo okanye isiganeko.
Voorsitter, die kleiner groepie was 'n konstante bespreking.
The smaller group chairperson was constantly discussed,
Kwakuxoxwa kaninzi ke ngeliqela labantu abambalwa,
En vandaar die addisionele stappe wat ons ingebring het in terme van die defensiewe maatreel.
and thereafter then the additional measures which were brought in terms of the defensive measures.
sorry kwathethwa ngezinye izinto ngenyathelo ke ngokweliza kwenziwa lokhuselo,
Die gebruik van panservoertuie vir die voorste linie,
The use of armored vehicles,
ukusetyenziswa kweenqwelo ezikhuselekileyo,
en die pertinente afstand wat ons gehou het tussen die voorste linie en dan pertinent die militante groep.
and the distance that we kept between the armed protesters.
nomgama ke wawukho
police line.
phakathi kwethu naba babexhobile abaqhankqalazi.
Die feit dat dit nie iewers pertinent verwoord is soos wat advokaat Bisos het graag sou wou sien nie,
The fact that it is not pertinently put in words as put by Advocate Bezos
Into yokuba ke ngoku ingabekwa ngalamazwi ayibeka ngayo yena uadvocate Bezos,
beteken nie dat dit nie plaasgevind het nie.
does not mean that this did not happen.
ayithethi ukuba loo nto zange yenzeke.
En dit het plaasgevind.
Indeed, it did happen.
Loo nto yenzeka yona.
I am going to call to refer, you don't have to agree to it, to what you have said as the new version of the police about their conduct.
Ngoku ndizawuthetha ngento ethethileyo ke ngoku wena ngamapolisa
So, in
ngendlela
light of
athi
the passage
aziphatha
that
ngayo.
I referred you to in the risk assessment, in the, I think it's exhibit SS3, where there was reference to a more militant group, on what basis can you put to the witness that this is now a new version?
Well,
I can understand it's a version that he's put a lot of emphasis on, and the others either have put no emphasis on or very light emphasis. So I can understand that. But is it fair to suggest to him that it's a new version?
Well,
Because that does imply something
the-
which I'm not sure is necessarily supported by the facts upon which it's allegedly based.
let me use his own words, Mr. Chairman. The idea that we never thought that we would have to deal with a bigger 3,000 group because there were two distinct groups. Leave aside the question of whether there were two distinct groups. We never thought that we would have to deal with a bigger 3,000. I will call that as a new version of the police defense.
Uthi lento ayithethayo njena into kuba zange acinga into bazawusebenza ngela qela labantu abangamawaka amathathu uzayibiza into kubana libali ke ngoku elitsha ke ngoku ekuzwana lelivela apha emapoliseni elo.
Voorsitter, dit is verseker nie so nie.
Mr. Chairperson, it's certainly not so.
Ngokuqinisekileyo ayinjalo.
Assume for the purposes of my questioning that this is what you've said. You can explain it if you want to many times.
Ek kan dit verduidelik, voorsitter.
I am going to explain it, Mr. Chairperson.
Deal with the meaning of those three words. We never thought that we would have to deal with a bigger 3,000. That version I am going to put to you was deliberately adopted as a second defense or as an alternative defense in order to meet the statements of the experts that have been filed that plan was, to use a colloquialism, a crazy plan. And in order to avoid the judgment of the experts that have been filed, this version has been brought forward as a new version.
Into endiyithethayo kuwe ke ngokule yokuba isizathu sokuba uzothetha loo nto uyithethayo into yoba naningazi into yoba kwafuneka nisebenze ngela qela abantu abangamawaka amathathu kungokuba buzama ukuba niziphendulele ukuzama ukulungisa ke ngoku le nto yenziwa ngezinye iincuse ezigxekayo isicwangciso senu esiyibiza uba sisicwangciso esimpambano.
Voorsitter, daar is talle getuies wat sal kan getuig tot die effek wat ek oorgedra het.
There are a number of witnesses that would give evidence, Mr. Chairman, to the effect to offer the evidence that I have given.
Ninzi amangqinakazo nokubungqina abathetha into enjengale ndiyithethileyo.
Beide vanuit polisiegeleedere.
Both from the police members.
Malungu ke amapolisa.
En ook van Lonmin.
Also from Lonmin.
Na kwabase Lonmin.
Daar was 'n meneer Dirk Botes wat deel was van die JOCOM vergaderings.
There was a Mr. Dirk Botes who was a member of the JOCOM meetings.
Ke ngoku kukho umhlekazi uDirk Botes owayelilungu ke le ntlanganiso zibanjwa phaa kwi-JOCOM.
Wie ek seker is sal dit onafhanklik bevestig.
Who I believe would independently confirm this.
Ndicinga uba yena ngokunokwakhe uzawuyingqinisisa le nto.
Daar was ook 'n delegasie van Lonmin se senior bestuur.
There was also a delegation of Lonmin senior management.
Kwaba bethunyelwe ke ngokuba ngabaphathi baphaa eLonmin.
Wat op die donderdag besoek afgelê het by die JOC.
Who paid a visit to the JOC on Thursday.
Abatyelele phaa kwi-JOC ke kungolwesine.
En in my interaksie met hulle het ek pertinent verwys.
And in my interaction with them, I pertinently referred
na 'n aparte sogenaamde krygersgroep,
to a separate
Krigers are fighters, I think. They're a fighting group.
To a pertinent fighting militant group.
Kwindibano yam nabo ndathi ke ndanthetha ngalamaqela ke neqela elalisilwa.
Wie op en af beweeg het op daai betrokke dag van die een kant na die ander kant.
Who on that day was busy moving up and down.
Abo ke ngokuba bephithizela besihla benyuka.
Voorsitter, nee, ons het nie 'n malplan gehad nie.
We did not have a crazy plan, Mr. Chairperson.
Isicwangciso sethu besisicwangciso esimpambano.
Ons het 'n weldeurdagte plan gehad wat opgestel was.
We had a proper plan that was properly planned.
Besinesicwangciso esathi sacetywa kakuhle ngendlela efanelekileyo.
Deur spankundiges,
by a team of experts.
Liqela ke lengcushe
met jare en jare se ervaring tussen hulle.
Who has amongst them years of experience.
abaneminyaka ke besebenza abanamava
gebaseer op 'n geskiedenis van 17 jaar in hierdie demokrasie.
based on the experience of 17 years in this democracy, Mr. Chairperson.
kujongwa ke ngoku kwiminyaka esinayo 17 kurhulumente ke ngoku wedemokrasi
Wat ons 151.105 openbare orde protesaksies hanteer het.
Where we had 150,105 public order incidents.
lo minyaka apho sithe sabane iziganeko apho kwakwenziwa
He said protest actions.
150,105 protest actions we dealt with.
apho sithe sasebenza kumingcelele 150,105
Voorsitter, en met die voordeel van nabetragting
And with the advantage of hindsight, Mr. Chairperson,
kodwa nangoncedo ke lezi zinto ezenzeke emva kwesiganeko anye isithonga
is dit baie maklik om te gaan wys na leemtes in 'n plan.
it is easy to refer to gaps in a plan.
kulula ke into bapha kwisicwangciso ubhekisa kanye uthethe ngezikreko
En ons moet nie slegs die tragiese uitkoms dat daar mense gesterf het gebruik as die enigste maatstaf of so 'n plan geskik was al dan nie.
We do not only have to use the tragic events that took place as the measure of this, to measure the plan.
asinawusebenzisa ke iziganeko ezathi zakhokhela kwintlekele sisebenzise zona ukukala ke isicwangciso esi.
You were a police officer, and what was your rank in 19...
To another point now, Mr. Bezos, because there's a point I wanted to put in relation to the point you've just been putting about the plan and what it was aimed at.
well,
But
It's
I
a
won't
follow-up
do so
question,
now.
but
I won't do
please.
so now.
No, no,
interrupt. There's one passage I think that has to be put to you. It's been referred to already. In the opening speech, the opening statement rather, which is Exhibit F9 on page 10 at the top. It reads as follows: if one starts at the foot of the previous page, page 25, you will hear of the fluidity of the situation at Marikana on Thursday, 16 August 2012, a situation that got out of control and tragic unintended consequences resulted. Despite meticulous scenario planning by experienced generals and other senior officers at the Joint Occupational Centre, the JOC, and these are the words I'd like you to deal with, to achieve the object of dispersing and disarming over 3,000 protesters.
Amagama ke ngoku kuthethwa kanye into ethethwayo into kubana kule ndawo ayichazileyo into yoba kuthiwa abantu babengalawuleki nangona ke ngoku abanezikhundla eziphezulu emapoliseni benza isicwangciso kodwa sathi sakhokelela kwintlekele ingakumbi kwinto ababeyenza apho amagama afuneka awajongisise kakhulu ke ngoku akrona umgcango phantsi kwawo usihlalo ngu apho kwakuthiwa bahlakaze izihlwele nokuthathela abantu izixhobo.
Voorsitter, ja, ons het nie verder die verklaring, die openingsrede het ons nie verder gaan onderverdeel nie.
Mr. Chairperson, we did not divide the
I think subdivide is the word is used.
subdivide. We did not subdivide the opening statement.
Intetho ke ngoku leyo yokuvula zange siyenze siphe siyahlukanise.
En ons het slegs na die kollektief verwys
Referred to the collective.
en dieselfde in bewysstuk L.
The same as in Exhibit L, Chairperson.
Op 'n stadium sou ons na 400 slides toe gegaan het en ons het dit probeer beperk. So ek sien wat jy sê, dit was 'n kollektiewe verwysing sonder 'n verdere onderverdeling.
At a certain stage, we could have gone up to 400 slides,
Mr.
Chairperson, and then we divided into what it now is.
kuyo yonke into yethu akho apho sihlukanise izinto zonke sivele sayidibanisa yonke loo nto naphaa kulaa xwebhu lamapolisa libizwa u-Exhibit L.
Thank you. I must confess, I thought there might be something in L that supported what you said, but that passage seemed to be slightly against it. But I think you've explained it. There may be something in L as well. But anyway, if there is, I'm sure Mr. Semenya will draw it to our attention at some stage.
Daar is verwysing, dis reg, maar ons het nie in baie detail ingaan in terme van die onderskeid nie, voorsitter.
There is, yes, Mr. Chairperson, but we did not go into details about those differences.
Weke ikhona into enjalo pha ku-exhibit L kodwa ke khange sichancathe singene nzulu kuloo nto leyo.
Been referred to at slide 78, dealing with stage 3 of the operational plan. That's the reference to the more militant groups, tight formation and structuring being dealt with.
Ofike besesityhilelwa pha slide 78 lo uthetha ke ngala maqela ahlukene nela qela lalindlongondlongo.
You remember, if I may proceed, Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
you remember that
I was intervening in your cross-examination. You may carry on now.
Thank you. What was your rank in 1994 when the democratic order came to power?
Ngeli xesha ke ngoku kwakungena urhulumente wesininzi ngomnyaka 1994 wena isikhundla sakho apha ebupoliseni yayisesiphi?
Voorsitter, dit was majoor sonder die generaal.
I was a major without a general.
Ndandiyi-major nje kodwa ndingeyiyo igeneral.
Did it come to your notice as an officer that Mr. Eddie Hendricks was employed together with the then new Commissioner Fivers and Minister Mafamadi to demilitarize the South African police?
Bunalo lwazi ngelo xesha into yoba u-Eddie Hendricks kunye no-Commissioner uFivers nomphathiswa uMufamadi banziwa into yokubana amapolisa bawasusa into yoba bangaqhubekeki ngokuba ngumkhosi.
Voorsitter, ek het tydens hierdie kommissie bewus geraak dat meneer Hendricks
I became aware during this commission, Mr. Chairperson, that Mr. Hendricks
Iqala ukwazi ke apha kule commission ngo-Hendricks
betrokke was by die Suid-Afrikaanse Polisiediens jare terug, ek dink so 94 tot 96.
he was some years ago during 94, 96 involved with the police.
ukuba ke ngo-1994 uyotsho ngo-1996 wayesebe ekhona apha ke ngamapoliseni.
Ek weet nie wat was al sy pertinente takings waarby sou hy betrokke wees nie, maar ek weet hy was betrokke by openbare orde polisieering.
Do not know what his different roles was, what his parts was, but I know that he had to do with the public order policy.
Ndandingayazi yona ndima wayidlalayo kodwa into endandiyazi into yoba yayinento kwenza ne-POP loo nto leyo.
After you made your statement, your written statement, did you become aware that in cross-examining certain witnesses, we disclosed that Mr. Eddie Hendricks was going to be an expert witness who was going to say that this plan of dealing with the 3,000 protesters as described in the plan, he didn't use the word, was a completely unacceptable position for any police force to adopt.
Busazi lapha ngeli xesha usenza intetho yakho into yokuba besizawubiza ke ngoku ingqina eli lincutshe lingu-Hendricks lo uthi yena isicwangciso esenziwe amapolisa yayingasisicwangciso kwakufuneka samkeliwe okanye amapolisa asebenze ngaso.
Voorsitter, ek het meneer Hendricks se verklaring gelees.
Mr. Chairperson, I have read Mr. Hendricks' statement.
Sifundile istatement saka-Hendricks.
Did you read, before giving evidence, and after you made your statement,
Ufundile na isicwangciso
Mr. Hendricks's view that what the South African police did on the 16th was use another word, a faulty exercise. Any other word that I can use?
Uvile na ekufundeni kwakho uwabona umbono waka Mhlekazi Hendricks into kuba uthi ke yena into yenziwe ngamapolisa ngomhla we-16 yaba sisenzo esiyimpazamo.
Voorsitter, meneer Hendricks se verklaring is tamelik omvattend.
Mr. Hendricks' statement is quite comprehensive.
Quite what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Omvattend.
Comprehensive, he said.
Comprehensive.
Omvattend, I think.
Si statement esikhulu ke asenzileyo ke Mhlekazi Hendricks.
En hy het na verskeie fasette verwys, so dit sal vir my makliker wees as ek die
He referred
pertinente paragraaf aan my
To
voorgehou
quite a
word.
different facets. It would be easier for me if you would refer to a particular paragraph of his statement.
Uthetha ngezinto ezininzi kuso kuyawunceda ke xa unibonisa iparagraph ethile le uthetha ngayo wena.
These also, I see it's now 11:15. If there's specific passages to which you wish to refer the witness, perhaps you could give it to him shortly after we take the adjournment, so he can have a look at them during the adjournment, and so you can then proceed. Have you got specific passages you're going to refer him
There are
to?
certain passages that we.
Well, you can either mention them now or you can mention them once we adjourn, whichever you prefer.
Please take the adjournment.
All right. We'll take the tea adjournment at the stage. We'll try to reassemble, if possible, at 11:30.
Isayophunga siyabuya kakhona ngecala emva kwentsimbi ye-11.
Commission is ready. Masukumen Sonke.
Resumes. As I left the auditorium, I told the attorney for the police that if the Major General required longer time to read the report, the relevant passages, I would be prepared to recommence the sitting later than the time I'd mentioned. And indeed, I was then asked to give the General longer time, which I've done, which is why we've come back much later than was promised. Maar uw generaal is nog steeds on-eet. Mr. Bezos?
Iyachaza kohlalo into yoba into enzima masiqale ngeli xesha ngoba bekunikwe ke ugeneral into yoba ixesha elaneleyo ukuba azokwazi ukufunda.
The document we're looking at is Exhibit G2, is that right?
2, page 16.
Sorry, I think you wanted to say
22.
something. Or did I hear wrongly? No. Is it 22.2, is it, Mr. Bezos?
Well,
Or do you want to do the other 22?
I would like to read from 22 up to 22.4.
Yes, no, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. General, please have a look at Exhibit G2, that is the statement of Mr. Eddie Hendricks, and it reads, the objectives of the tactical intervention stage, dispersal, disarmament, and arrest are problematic. I would not, 22.1, I would not try to engage a perceived armed crowd of 3,000 protesters with these objectives when there were other options available. The purpose of an operation and the size of a gathering determine the number of police required for a defensive operation. The accepted international ratio is 3 protesters to every 1 police. For an offensive, that is, arrest operation, the ratio 1 protester to every 3 police. There were approximately 750 police and 3,000 protesters at Marikana on 16th of August 1912. Insufficient for an operation of this nature. 22.3. After the incident on Monday, the 12th of August 2012, where members of SAPS and protesters had died, the probabilities were that the dispersal, disarmament, and arrest would not work. And 22.4, even if the protesters had laid down their arms and surrendered, there were probably not sufficient personnel and resources in place to process them. Now, this is the view of Mr. Hendricks. Do you agree or disagree?
Lento ayithethayo ngokufutshane ke ngokuthiwa lento yokuba kwakuthiwa isiqhankqalazi sakwahlukaniswa baphinda babekiswe phantsi izixhobo yayingxaki ngokukwayo leyo njengoba bekutshilo into yoba kwakufuneka kubekho ipolisi elinye likwazi uba mabaqhankqalazi abathathu nokuba abantu amapolisa ayi-750 abantu beyi-3000 ngoku ke amapolisa ayembalwa apho kwaye ke babefuna babone noba ngento yenzekileyo apha kusweleka amapolisa into yoba le nto babefuna uyenza amapolisa yayingenakwenzeka ngoku ke uyavumelana nento ayithethayo into yokubana injalo okanye akavumelani nayo.
Voorsitter, ek stem nie saam met meneer Hendricks nie.
Mr. Chairperson, I don't agree with Mr. Hendricks.
Anuvumelani nomhlekazi Hendricks.
Let us see what Mr. White says in WW2.
Sive umhlekazi White uthini ku WW2.
Paragraph 4.4.21 on page 32 of his report. Are you with
Sorry,
me?
I was looking at something else, Mr. Bezos. Please forgive me. To what are you now referring?
WW2,
Yes,
that is Mr. White's report,
page 32.
page 32,
Thank you.
paragraph 4421.
Thank you very much.
May I read it, Mr. Chairman?
Please do so, Mr. Bezos.
Secondly, to the extent that it was a plan which required the disarmament and arrest of significant numbers of people, it was inherently high risk. Engaged in a crowd of this size, many of whom were armed, was always likely to meet with resistance. A major determining factor of crowd behavior during public disorder situations is the actions of the police. Often the making of arrests can provoke violent responses which place both the police and the protesters at higher risk of injury.
Njembe funda ke uyatsho into yokuba le nto yokuba bafuna ubeka sabantu okanye uthela abantu izixhobo
Where they are,
yayingozi enkulu leyo kuba abantu bazawukwala bazofuna ukuba bathathelwe izixhobo kwaye indlela amapolisa athenze ngayo ke ngoku inento kwenza okanye bathi ngokwenza njalo amapolisa abaxhokonxe ke ngoku izihlwele.
where arrests need to be made, it is generally better to make those arrests after the event, having received evidence of criminality by video during the event itself.
Uthe yona nto ibalulekileyo into bana abantu babanjwe ke ngoku emva kwesiganeko eso kujongwe ivideo sesiganeko eso.
That is likely to result in a more proportionate use of force.
Loo nto ke iziphumo zayo izaba ukusebenzisa amandla ngendlela ifanelekileyo.
That is not to say that arrests should never be made,
Akuthethi into ba ke ngoku akufunekanga kubanjwe bantu,
but that a plan to make large numbers of arrests in a crowd numbering in the thousands was inherently risky and was unlikely to comply with Standing Order 262, requirement to avoid the use of force at all costs. It was an option to consider only after less risky options had been properly considered and discounted.
uyatsho into ba ke ngoku ingakumbi le nto ufuna ukubamba ke ngoku amawaka waka yingozi enkulu kwaye ikhabana no Standing Order 262 apho ke ngoku kuthethwa ngokuba funeka izama ukuphetshwa le nto yokusetyenziswa kwamandla. Kodwa ke ngoku into efuneka isetyenziswe kufuneka ujongiswe kusetyenziswe amandla amancinane loo nto izawusetyenziswe ke ngoku emva kokuba le iphanzile.
Do you agree or disagree with Mr. White's opinions?
Uyavumelana kanye awuvumelani ke nombono waka Mhlekazi White? Luvo lwakhe.
Voorsitter, meneer White het die opmerking gemaak na aanleiding van 3000 mense en dit was nooit die intensie om 3000 mense te probeer arresteer nie.
Mr. White made this, Mr. Chairperson, based on 3,000 people, and it was never the intention to arrest 3,000 people.
Embethetha ngolhlobo yena uMhlekazi White wayebhekisa kubantu abayi 3000 kwangesinjongo yethu kubamba abantu abayi 3000.
Anything else that you want to say that you disagree with or agree with?
Ikhona enye into ofuna uyitsho ongavumelani nayo okanye uvumelana nayo?
Voorsitter, ek het omvattend na die spesifieke stelling van meneer White en ook die van meneer Hendriks verwys tydens my getuienislewering. Ek kan enige tyd weer daar gaan.
Mr. Chairperson, to what Mr. White is saying, and also made reference in my evidence to what Mr. Hendrick said. I could go back to that if it's necessary.
ndiye ke undaphawula kwinto ethethwe kumhlekazi White nakumhlekazi Hendrik ebungqineni bam.
Daar is ongelukkig nie 'n kort antwoord daarvoor nie, so ek sal met kommentaar lewer op elke aspek wat hier vermeld is.
Unfortunately, not a short response to it. Unfortunately, I'd have to make a long reference.
Ngelishwa ke kuzothi xa funeka ndiphendula leyo ndithethe into ende.
Question in both the sections of the opinions is whether or not the police were right in having a plan to do the dispersal, disarming, and arrest plan. They say that it appeared to them on the evidence before them that 3,000 people, and that was what was in the opening address, and that is what was in the evidence, and they relied on it. Do you disagree with everything that they say in criticism of the plan?
Ngengoku njengoba kuthethwe nakwintetho yokuvula kubhekiswa bajonge ubungqina bonke njengoba bona bephendula ngolu hlobo. Ngoku ke ngendlela abagxeka ngayo esisicwangciso, wena uvumelana nabo okanye awuvumelana nabo njengoba bona begxeka isicwangciso esisenziwayo?
Voorsitter, ek sal deur al die aspekte moet werk. Dis die enigste manier hoe ek dit kan antwoord, want ek kan nie net gesê ek stem saam of ek stem nie saam.
Only way in which I could go through with this, Mr. Chairperson, is go through all the aspects. It's not right to say I agree or disagree.
Kufanelekanga ukuba ndithi ndiyavumelana okanye andivumelani ke funeke ndiyijonge yonke le nto.
Want teoreties en akademies is daar van die stellings wat waar is, net as dit blootvat op die stellings soos gemaak.
There are some of this that are true, but the manner in which they were made.
Kodwa kukhona ezinye zazo ezinyani kodwa ndijonge kodwa ke indlela ezithe zenziwa ngayo.
Which are those that you accept as true?
Ngeziphezu zamkelayo ukuba zona ziyinyani.
Voorsitter, soos ek deur dit werk, sal dit duidelik
As I work through it, Mr. Chairperson, it would become clearer.
Njengoba ndijonga ke ngoku izawuya icaca ngokucaca.
Before you do that, let me also refer to the statement of Mr. Derova, FFF11, paragraph 62.
Pamba wenze loo nto ndifuna uye phaa kuparagraph 62 ke kwistatement esibhaliweyo sakaDerova.
Let me read 61 first. One difference I see with the past and with the benefit of hindsight is that this operation was requiring more than incidental use of the firearm. 62. For that reason alone, I place this operation at Marikana at the very end of the scale of operations sub-crowd management is capable of handling. In fact, I strongly believe that as the events unfolded leading up to scene 1 on the 16th of August 2012, SAPs were out of their depth and forced to act beyond current capability levels. Please have regard to that statement by the expert engaged by the South African police.
Khawujongisise ke ucingisise uyifuna le ithethwa ke apha mhlekazi lo uDerova into yokuba igqibele into ayithethayo into yokubana ukholelwa into yokuba iziganeko ezithe zenzeka phaa ke ngoku kulo mhla ingakumbi nge-16 phaa kwisehlo sokuqala ngo-August amapolisa ke ngoku babedibene nemeko eyayingapha kwamandla abo.
having regard to the three statements, would you please tell the Commission which portions of these opinions do you accept as correct and which you regard as incorrect?
Njengoba sendifundile ke ngokuyezinto ezintathu ezithethwayo apha khawusixelele kuba ngeziphi ezizamkelayo uthi zinyani kwane zeziphi kwakhona ezi uthi awuzamkeli ngoba ziyonyani.
Voorsitter, ek begin by bewysstuk triple G2.
I start, Chairperson, with triple G, Exhibit triple G 2.
Paragraaf 22.1 op bladsy 16.
Paragraph 22.1 at page 16.
Waar meneer Hendrik sê dat I would not try to engage a perceived armed crowd of 3,000 protesters with these objectives when there were other options available.
Apho athi anawuzama mna ukuba nendibano ke neliqela lixhobileyo labantu abangamathathu ke ngelixesha bekho enye indlela engenye benokwazi ukuthi kusetyenzwe ngayo.
Dat dit nie ons intensie was en ons bedoeling was om 3,000.
That it was not our intention, nor to
om 3,000 protesteerders.
To about the 3,000 protesters.
Kwangasinjongo yethu into ba sijongise kanye jongisise pha kwabaqhankqalazi abangamamathathu.
Te nader om hulle te ontwapen.
To approach them and to disarm them.
En of te arresteer nie.
Or to arrest them.
Ukuba siye kubo sibathathele izixhobo kwaye sibabambe nokubabamba.
Dit is ook nie vir my duidelik waar meneer Hendriks verwys na there were other options available wat die opsies is waarna hy verwys in die betrokke paragraaf.
I do not understand what he means, Mr. Hendricks, where he speaks of other options, where he gets that from.
Andimva kakuhle kuba xa isithi bekho ezinye izinto bezinokwenziwa uthatha phi lona thetha xa ibeka ngaloo ndlela.
Selfde bewysstuk, selfde bladsy, paragraaf 22.2.
On the same exhibit, same page, sub 22.2.
Waar meneer Hendriks verwys na die, en ek al aan, accepted international ratio is 3 protesters to every 1 police.
I have quoted Mr. Hendricks there.
En dit verwysend na 'n defensiewe aksie.
With reference to a defensive action.
Apha ke ngokuthetha ukuba ukupolisa ngalinye lisebenze ngabantu abathathu aphathetha ngenyathelo ke ngokulokhuseleko.
Ek het in my getuienis verwys dat ek eerstens nie bewus is dat daar so internasionale standaard is nie.
Referred in my evidence to international standards.
Bendithethile ke ngendlela esetyenziswa ke kumhlaba wonke kwebungqineni bam.
Ek het verder verwys dat sou dit die geval wees.
I also said if that was the position.
Dithe kwakhona kuba kwakunjalo.
Dit sal beteken dat die Suid-Afrikaanse Polisie Diens,
it would have meant the South African Police Services,
elke een van hulle openbare ordelede landwyd beskikbaar moet ontplooi as ons 'n skare het van meer as 3,000.
Will have to deploy each and every available member of the POP in the country.
If pertinent as ons 9,000 het, net teregstelling.
We have to do with a crowd of 900, if 9,000, if I may correct it.
Londo yayizawuthetha into yoba ke ngoku apha isubs kwakufuneka uthumele amalungu onke akho apha eMzantsi Afrika phaa kulaa ndawo xa bezawusebenza ngabantu abangamawaka-9.
Ek het ook verwys dat ons tans net oor die 4,000 operasionele openbare orde lede het.
I have mentioned, Chairperson, that presently we have in the region of about 4,000 members of the POP countrywide.
Bensenditshilo into yoba amapolisa kuzwe lonke ke ePOP angamawaka-4.
En ook in 'n informele studie wat ons gedoen het vroeg in 2012.
Informal study that we conducted early in 2012.
Lo fundo ke nendlela esithe safunda ngayo phaa ku-2012.
Het ons bevind dat sowat 34% van openbare ordelede op enige gegee stadium nie beskikbaar is nie.
We found that at any given moment about 34% of the POP members would not be available.
Siye safumanisa into yoba ke ngoku amaxesha amaninzi ke amalungu ePOP azipesenti ezi-34 awafumaneki.
Nie beskikbaar as gevolg van 'n verskeidenheid van redes.
As a result of for different reasons.
Ngenxa yezizathu ke ezahlukeneyo.
Siekverlof,
sick leave,
vakansieverlof,
vacation leave,
bywoning van kursusse,
attending of courses,
taakspan-ontplooiings,
deployment, yes,
en so meer.
and for many other reasons, so much and so on.
Izizathu ke iba ukuba xa begula ke besekhaya abanye ke bethathe ikhefu abanye bahamba ikhosi bayofunda kwakwanye ke behambe kulamaqela abizwa i-task team nazo ezinye izizathu ke ezahlukeneyo.
So dit is nie die ratio wat ons of die verhouding wat ons gebruik in terme van ontplooiing nie.
That is not the ratio that we used in our deployments.
Ngoko xa sithumela amapolisa thina sibali asebenzisi lo manani.
Dan gaan meneer Hendricks verder en hy verwys na offensiewe aksies.
Mr. Hendricks goes further to refer to offensive actions.
Ngoku ke ngoku uthetha kakhona nangenyathelo ke ngoku lokuya phambili.
En die verhouding van protesteerders tot polisiebeamptes.
In relation to police and protesters.
Bhekisa kubaqhankqalazi kunye namapolisa.
En hy gebruik die verhouding as 1 protesteerder vir elke 3 polisiebeamptes.
And he uses 1 protester for every 3 policemen.
Ethetha ke ngoku ngepolisa elinye kubaqhankqalazi abathathu.
Weereens is ek nie bewus dat dit 'n internasionale standaard is nie.
I am also not aware that these are international standards, Chairperson.
Andinalwazi lokuba ke ngoku into esetyenziswa kumhlaba wonke leyo.
Maar hoe dit ook al sê, die totale aantal polisiebeamptes wat ons ontplooi het op die 16de Augustus 2012.
However, the number of police officials that were deployed on this day,
Kodwa ke amapolisa ke nani lawo bathunyelwa pho ngo-August ngo-2012.
En die verhouding tussen die polisiegetalle en die tussen 300 en 400 protesteerders.
and the relationship between police and the 300 or so protesters,
Nobudlelwane phakathi kwamapolisa nabaqhankqalazi ababe ngamakhulu amathathu kuyatsho kwamakhulu amane.
Waarop ons gefokus het vir potensiële ontwapening en arrestasie.
who we had placed our focus on for dispersal and arrest.
Abo sasijongise kubo kakhulu into basibahlakaze kwaye babanjwe.
Was in elk geval meer as 1 polisiebeampte vir 1 protesteerder.
We were more than one policeman for 3 protesters.
Ke ngoku ithi sasingamapolisa amaninzi ukudlulela into yokubana ipolisa libe linye kubaqhankqalazi abathathu.
So ek dan kan verwys na paragraaf 22.3 op dieselfde bewysstuk en bladsy
On the
16.
same exhibit, on the same page, Mr. Chairman, I refer to 22.3.
Xa ndisiya kakhona ndibhekisa phaa ku-22.3 kweli phepha.
Kan ons nie 'n direkte lyn trek tussen die gebeure en ek moet net regstelling maak in sy verklaring. Ek is seker hy verwys na die 13de Augustus en nie die 12de Augustus.
Just want to correct the statement here. I think it refers to the 13th and not the 12th of August.
Safuna ulungisa into apha ke ngoku
First on
apha
Monday,
bekufuneka babhale
which is
i-12 ka-August. I-13 hayi i-12 ka-August.
It's correct, sir.
En op die maandag, soos ek het verstaan, was dit nie die bedoeling van generaal Mpembe en sy offisiere
On this Monday, it was, as I understand, not the intention of General Mpembe and his people, his officers,
om uiteen te dryf, te ontwapen en te arresteer nie.
to disperse, disarm, and arrest the people.
Into endiyazi uba ngalo mvulo lowo uGeneral Mpembe naba babe naye injongo yabo yayingosukubamba okanye ukuhlakaza nokuthatha izixhobo abaqhankqalazi.
Anders dan om die groep te oortuig om vrywillige wapens neer te lê.
Than to convince the crowd to put down their weapons.
Eyona nto ke ngoku yayikuzama ukuthetha nabantu babave bakwazi ubeka phantsi izixhobo zabo.
Dit was 'n begeleidingsaksie en tydens hierdie begeleidingsaksie het daar toe 'n insident gebeur.
Chairperson could help me with the word begeleiding,
Escorting.
or it was an
Escorting, I suppose.
It was an
an
escorting-
operation.
or an operation intended to escort the people.
Eyona nto yayingumsebenzi wamapolisa ngalamini kwakukuba bahambe emva kwa bakhaphe ke bahambe nabaqhankqalazi.
Voorsitter, dan met die vergunning, paragraaf 22.4 op dieselfde bladsy.
With your permission, Mr. Chairperson, again on the same page, 22.4.
Uba unganiphi imvume kakhona ndiye phaa ku-22.4 kwa kweli phepha.
Was daar voldoende hulpbronne beskikbaar en
were
ontplooi?
sufficient assistance deployed
Inani ke okanye bathunyelwe phaa lalanele.
Om beide die verwagte aantal arrestasies as ook beslagleggings te verwerk.
to implement or to implement the necessary disarmament and arrests.
ukuba bakwazi ukuba uthathela abantu izixhobo kwaye bababambe.
En daar het ek verwys na die aantal speurders wat aan diens was op die betrokke dag.
I there referred to the detectives who were deployed, who were on duty on that day in question.
Ndiye ndathetha nangabacuphi ababelapho ke bethunyelwe ngalomini.
Ook offisiere verbonde aan die plaaslike kriminele rekordsentrum.
Also officers attached to the local criminal investigation.
Naba ke babesuka ku-LCRC.
LCRC.
Die polisiestasies wat 5 polisiestasies waar daar 170, kom ons verwys daarna as beddens, beskikbare kapasiteit was vir die aanhouding van gearresteerdes.
And the availability of 170 detention beds for those arrested. 5 police stations.
Nokubakho ke ngoku kweebhedi ezi-170 kwizitishi zamapolisa.
En dan ook 5 trokke, ek dink dit was 5 of potensieel 6 trokke vir die vervoer van sodanige
And the
gearresteerdes.
5 or potentially 6 trucks which are available for the transportation of those people.
Nokuba ke ngoku ukubakho kweetraka ezinhlanu okanye ezithandathu apho aba babanjiweyo bazawanjwa basiwe ngazo kwezo zitishi zamapolisa.
So dan kan oorgaan na bewysstuk WW2 van meneer Gary White.
We then proceed to exhibit VV2 of Mr. Gary White.
May I ask you this question? Your criticisms of Mr. Hendricks's criticism is the assumption that the plan was not to deal with 3,000 protesters, as your counsel said in the opening statement, as the witnesses have stated in their statements. You base your criticisms on the fact that the assumption that you were dealing with 3,000 protesters is a wrong assumption. Have I got it right?
Ngamanye amazwi ugxeka lento ithethwa ngumhlekazi uHendricks uthi ke ngoku awubhekisi kule nto yokuba okanye ugxeka lento yoba isithi bekuzawusetyenzwa ngeqela labantu abangamawaka amathathu.
Voorsitter, ja, ons het reeds omvattend daarmee gedeel.
We have dealt with extensively with this, Ms. Chairperson, yes.
Thethe kakhulu ngale nto.
Ek weet waarvoor die plan bedoel was, syne dat ek betrokke was met die
No,
opstel.
what the plan was intended for, sir, since I was personally involved in it.
Ndiyayazi uba sasenzelweni lesicwangciso ngenxa yoba nam ndaye ndathatha inxaxheba apho.
The question is that your criticism are based that you are right and the evidence that the plan needed.
I think he agrees with you. He says his answer is given on the basis that he says that Mr. Hendricks made the wrong assumption. He says he doesn't accept that assumption, and therefore he says the criticism falls away. Obviously, the converse question, the one you're now going to come to, is if you assume for the moment that Mr. Hendricks' assumption was correct, what do you say about his criticism? I'll take it, yeah. Did you hear that exchange, Mr. Gentleman?
Ja, en ek kan meneer Hendricks en meneer White nie blameer nie. Hulle het hulle aannames gebaseer op 3000.
I do not blame Mr. White, Mr. Hendricks, because they made their assumptions based on 3,000.
Andimsoli ke umhlekazi uHendricks ngoba njengoba ethetha lento egxeka nje yena ubhekisa kwabantu bangamawaka amathathu.
Daardeur stem ek nog steeds nie saam met hulle verhoudings wat hulle na verwys nie, want dit is nie van toepassing op ons nie.
About the numbers,
Paragraaf 22.2.
on page 22.2, I do not agree with their ratios because that is not how we operate.
If you were going to deal with 3,000, as they assumed you were going to, do you still say that the numbers of service members who were on the scene were sufficient in the circumstances?
Ukuba ke unizawusebenza ke ngabantu abangamawaka amathathu sathi into yokuba inani lamapolisa ababelapho na ababelapho lanele na.
Voorsitter, daar was voldoende lede om hulle uiteen te dryf sonder twyfel.
Without any doubt, Mr. Chairperson, there were sufficient members for the dispersal.
Ngaphandle kwentandabuzwe ke inani lamapolisa apho lalanele.
En selfs al is sy aanname reg,
Even if his assumption is correct,
nokuba lento yithekelelwayo apha inyani,
so ons nie gefokus het om 3000 mense te arresteer nie.
we would not have focused on the arrest of 3,000 people.
other words, to be fair to him, if he assumed that the plan was to disperse and arrest 3,000, then you would have had enough people to disperse. I think inherent in what you say is you wouldn't have tried to arrest 3,000. Is that correct? With the forces at your disposal?
Absoluut, voorsitter. Ja, dit was
Absolutely,
nooit die
yes.
bedoeling nie.
Qinisekile ukuthi benokwazi ke ngamapolisa ukwazi ukuba
That
uhlukanise
was not the
kwaye kubanjwe
intention.
abantu abangamawaka amathathu.
Were three things: disperse, disarm, and arrest.
Ukuba rhanqa ukuba thathela phansi izixhobo kwaye bahlakazwe bathathelwe babanjwe kwakhona.
Voorsitter, en daarmee saam die opbreek van groepies in kleiner hanteerbare groepies.
Breaking them into smaller groups that could be easily tackled.
Ukuba babe sinokwenza ke ngoku sibahlukanise bengamaqela abantu abambalwa lonto yayizoba lula ke ngoku ukuyenza.
But you agree that your criticism is based upon your assumption
Uvela into ba
provided for.
No, I think he's made that clear, Mr. Bishop.
Made that
What we haven't dealt with yet is the disarmament. You say, even if the assumption had been that you were going to disperse 3,000, you had enough people. If the assumption was you were going to arrest 3,000, you didn't have enough people. But what about the disarmament? If the assumption is you were going to disarm 3,000, do you say you would have had enough people? If you proceeded as you were proposing to do, of breaking them up into smaller groups and disarming people who are in smaller groups, is that what you're saying?
uthi ngamanye amazwi into yokubana ke ngoku nanizokwazi ukwenza kakuhle ukubathathela kakuhle izixhobo ingakumbi abantu beqela aba babembalwa.
Voorsitter, dit is so
Chairperson, it's so.
Njalo sihlalo.
die uiteinde sou nooit 3,000 gearresteerdes gewees het nie.
Yeah, and it would not have been possible to arrest all 3,000.
Kwakungasoze ke kube lula ukuba kubanjwe bonke abantu bangamawaka amathathu.
Contemplated result had been the disarmament of 3,000, you say because of the method you chose, you could have done it with the force, with the people the members at your disposal. Not arrest, but disarm.
In terme van ons hele benadering, selfs al sou daar soveel wapens neergelê het, dan sou dit ons net langer gevat het om dit
Our own approach, it would have only taken us longer to do so,
om dit te prosesseer.
to process the weapons that were discarded.
Yayizawusithatha ixesha elide ke ngoku into yoba sithathe amanyathelo wanye sebenzi ngezixhobo ke ngoku esizawuzifumana apho.
If you give me a moment, I want to refer to the supplementary statement of Mr. Deruva.
I don't mean to interrupt you unduly, but the way you proceeded was you put a passage in Mr. Hendrick's statement to the witness, and then as part of the same long question, you put a passage to Mr. White's statement as well, and Deruva also, I think. Now, the witness was answered on the first one, Hendrick's. You're now moving on to something else, I think. I don't think he's yet had an opportunity to deal with the White passage you put to him. So in fairness to him, I think we must give him a chance to do that before you proceed with your next point. Or you may well want to ask follow-up questions based on what he says about White as well. But anyway, let's do it in an orderly fashion. It'll make it easier for us when we read the record later. Major General, you were going to say something about the passages from Mr. White's report that were put to you, I think.
White.
Dankie voorsitter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Paragraaf 4.4.21 op bladsy 32.
On page number 32, paragraph 4.4.21.
Voorsitter, die eerste gedeelte van sy kritiek is baie in lyn met dit wat meneer Hendriks sê in terme van
Part
die
of his
getalle.
critic is quite in line with what Mr. Hendricks says.
Nento ayithethayo ifana nale ikwathethwa ke umhlekazi uHendricks.
Dan met verwysing dat ons dat dit beter is om eerder arrestasies na die gebeurtenis uit te voer.
That it would have been better to effect the arrests after everything, well, after the happening.
Apho athi ke bekuzoba bhetele apho ke ngoku abantu babebanjwe emva kwento yonke eyenzekayo.
En dat ons eerder so net mis opname gemaak het van die kriminaliteit wat plaasgevind het tydens die gebeurtenis.
And to concentrate on the criminality that was conducted.
Making a record or a recording, I think, a recording of the criminality that was displayed at the time. That's the second part of Mr. White said. He's dealing with that now.
Sukkel ek nog steeds met die konsep om dit te verstaan gegee die situasie wat hom afgespeel het voor ons.
I have a difficulty in understanding it in the context in which it has been mentioned.
Kunzima ke nokuyiqondisisa ngalendlela yena ayibeke ngayo.
En ek beloof ek gaan nie in soveel detail ingaan soos toe ek getuienis gelewer het nie, voorsitter.
I promise that I would not go into all the details that I went into when giving evidence.
Behalwe om 'n praktiese voorbeeld na te verwys,
except to refer to a practical example to which I refer to.
Ngaphandle ke kokubuyela kulamzekelo bendiye ndawenza kuba kuye kwenzeke ntoni na.
Wat nou vir my 'n video-opname sal toon na die tyd,
which will be shown in a video taken after the occurrence.
Apho ke ukuzothethwa ngevideo kanje njengoku kuvideo ethe yathathwa emva kwesiganeko eso,
waar ek nou so wat 3000 mense iewers op daai video kan waarneem,
where I could see about 3000 people on that video.
Apho bendibona abantu bangomakomathathu kwa kulo video leyo,
waar ek dan sekere individue moet gaan identifiseer op die video wat dan besit is van gevaarlike wapens,
where I would have to go and identify a particular individual who's in possession of a particular weapon.
Apho bekuyofuna ndiyobona kanye ndijonge umuntu othile ophethe isixhobo esithile.
Nou die mense moet gaan opspoor na die gebeurtenis,
to go and start looking for those people after the occurrence.
Qala ke ukuyofuna abo bantu emva kwesiganeko,
en hulle dan voor die hof te bring deur te verwys na die video wat ek gesien het, so 'n persoon sit met 'n wapen.
And then to bring them before court based on what this person was seen to be having on the video.
Nokuba baziswe kwinkundla zikamantyi emva kuba lo muntu ebona uba bephethe ntoni na.
Met respek meneer White, dit is 'n baie moeilike konsep.
With respect to Mr. White, it's a very difficult concept to me. It does not really make sense.
Ngenhlonipho ke ndinayo ke nokuzithoba pha kumhlekazi White, lento ayithethayo hayi ingathi ayinasihlahla ivakali.
Voorsitter, dan dink ek is ons by meneer De Rover se verklaring.
I think, Mr. Chairperson, we have now reached Mr. De Rover's statement.
Okay, sesipha kwentetho yenziwe ngumhlekazi De Rover.
De Rover, is that the only criticisms that you have of Mr. White's opinions?
Iyo yodwa into igxekayo kuluvo ke luka mhlekazi uWhite.
Met verwysing na die betrokke paragraaf.
With reference to the paragraph referred to.
Mr. Bezos, I think, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I think that's his answer to the passages in Mr. White's report that you put to him. I'm not sure that the way you've asked the question, it looks as if you're asking for an answer to the complete report of Mr. White, but that wasn't on the table.
I didn't intend that, Mr. Chairman.
So perhaps you should reformulate the question.
Yes. Is that the only criticism that you have of what Mr. White said and recorded in paragraph 4.4.21?
Ngokulanda ibhalo pha 4.4.29 thethe ngumhlekazi White, iyo yodwa into oyigxekayo enye zizo zonke ozigxekayo ezigqibo zitsho ngokuna.
Voorsitter, nee, ek het gedink ek het al reeds daarna verwys in terme van verwysend na meneer Hendricks en ook in my getuienislewering, maar ek sal dit
I think I had referred to when I referred to Mr. Hendricks, but I would repeat it.
Verwysend na die arrestasies wat 'n risiko is, het ek reeds in my getuienis het ek verwys daarna dat die arrestasie van 'n persoon is inherent riskant.
Referring to the arrest of people, I must state that the arrest of any person is an inherent danger.
Xa isithi ke ngoku xa ukubanjwa komuntu xa ebanjwa ke ilonto iyingozi.
gesê dat die risiko van beserings is nie uitgesluit nie.
The risks of injuries are not excluded.
ayinto engabalwayo lokubana ke ngoku kungabakho ingozi nokonzakala.
Dan met verwysing op bladsy 33 die derde sin wat hy sê, but that a plan to make large numbers of arrests in a crowd numbering in the thousands.
Page 33 as I am quoting.
Njemba ke ukephetha ethetha phako ko phepha u33 njeba ethetha ngokubanjwa kabantu abangamawakawaka
Was inherently risky.
ukuba ngokwayo yayinto eyingozi kakhulu.
En daar het ek verwys dat die bedoeling was dat ons sou die groter groepe uiteengedryf het
And
totdat
there
hulle in klein hanteerbare
referred
groepe is.
to, Ms. Chairperson, that the bigger group would have been driven to be broken into smaller groupings.
Ditheka lokhu elaqela abantu abaninzi babeza kwahlukaniswa benzo ibe ngamaqela abantu abambalwa.
En daardeur wat ons dan die risiko's tot 'n groot mate mitigeer.
In that way, mitigating that risk.
Lonto leyo ke uyayiza unciphisa amathuba ke ngoku engozi.
Statements in that regard are also based that he made a wrong assumption in believing that you were dealing with 3,000 protesters.
Uthi ke uye wayibona ngendlela engeyiyo yena umhlekazi White ngexa ecinga bana nisebenza ngamawaka nanijonge kumawaka amathathu.
Dit is so.
That is so, yes.
Kunjalo.
You see, I must put to you that it was for this, the purposes of offering the defense that you have offered, that the amount of 3,000 was reduced to 300, contrary to the evidence in the statements and contrary to the opening address of your own counsel.
Le yento kuba kuzosetyenziswa okanye bekujongisiswa kumawaka amathathu ikhabana nale uyithethileyo kwi-statement sakho nasebungqineni
I
bakho.
thought you had put that point already. Yes. Are you not repeating something that you've asked already? I thought you put that point to the witness and he denied it. So I understand you, but you try to be fair to him to give him a chance to deal with it. Seems to me you're repeating it, but Mr. Semenya turned his light on. Mr. Semenya?
Well, Chair, we have dealt with that, as well as the paragraph of the opening statement, which focused arrest on those broken numbers.
Twasegqithile kule.
If the previous answer in relation to Mr. Hendricks is the same, I will accept that, Mr. Chairman. A simple yes would have avoided.
Yes, I understand you're being fair to the witness, or trying to be fair to the witness, giving him a chance to deal with the point. My impression was that the witness has dealt with the point already, and Mr. Semenya's impression is the same. But let's just ask the witness. You've heard the debate between Mr. Bezos and myself, that I was of the view that you've already dealt with this point. But if there's something extra you want to add in relation to what he's put to you, I won't stop you.
Uvile ke into bakuthiwa buse uyiphendulile ezinto ezibuzwa ngokuziphendulile kodwa ke bakho ezinye izinto ezingezinye ofuna ukuzitsho ungaqhubekeka uyenze lonto leyo.
Voorsitter, u was baie geduldig met my en my lang antwoorde, so ek sal volstaan met dit wat ek reeds gesê het.
Mr. Chairperson, you were so patient with me with all my long answers. I would stand by what I have said.
Uye wandinyamezela ngelixesha bendinika impendulo ezinto ndisame kulanto ke ngoku bendithetha.
Of Mr. De Roever, and I think in fairness, it hasn't been put in as an exhibit, Mr. Chairman.
If Ms. Pillay will tell me what the next exhibit number is, I shall be happy to receive it as an exhibit.
Chair, it's triple G 15.
Sorry?
Triple G 15.
Well, might it not be sensible for us to give it a number which follows directly on his previous statement? How's his previous statement, Mark?
Triple F11 was the previous statement.
So we'll make it exhibit triple F 11.1.
11 point, possibly.
Oh, 11A, okay. 11A. So the two go together. You don't have to search through the alphabet for the second one. So it's Exhibit F 11 capital A. All right. Now, let's make sure the Major General's got a copy of that statement in front of him. Have you, Major General? You've got exhibits there. I'm not sure you've got documents.
Voorsitter, ek het 'n dokument wat sê supplementary statement of Mr. Kees de Rower.
You have it. That's Exhibit
I have a
F
supplementary
11
document.
capital
Hy is net nie geteken nie, so ek hoop dit is die pertinente weergawe, die ene wat ek het.
A. My copy isn't
Mr.
signed either.
Chairperson.
Perhaps when Mr. De Rover comes from wherever he is, he'll sign it for us before he goes in the box.
En myne bestaan
It was distributed to the party.
32 bladsye, ek aanvaar dit is net een en dieselfde.
Mine has 32 pages. I take it
We've
it's one and the
had
same.
problems before with documents that weren't signed or properly signed, but we'll assume this time that nothing has gone wrong. Mr. Semenya, can we make that assumption?
We can, Chair.
Good.
May I read paragraph?
Major General, have you had a chance to read it?
Voorsitter, ek het dit gelees, nie met die aandag wat dit sekerlik geverg het nie, maar ek het dit gelees.
I read.
Well, let's proceed up until lunchtime with it. If you have a problem, please let me know, because I don't want you to be ambushed by something you haven't studied properly.
It's only
ngoku ke uko sawuphi ithuba bawufundayo ukwenzela into yoba singavele nje sikuqubule ngento ongakhange uyibone okanye uyijonge nokuyijonga.
It's under G, paragraph 22, actions of the protesters and SAP's response on page 12.
Uthetha ke ngoku ngezenzo zabaqhankqalazi nendlela nenyathelo lathi lathathwa ngamapolisa kule ndawo agqiba uyikhankanya.
In my first statement at points 62 and 63, I considered events on the 16th of August 2012, presenting them as a situation where police were compelled to make more than incidental use of the firearm. I stated my belief that at this stage SAPs were out of its depth and operating beyond current capability levels in crowd management and maintenance of public order. I stand by that statement. However, I consider an exclusive focus on the actions of SAPs alone at that particular moment in time is not justifiable. Consideration must be given to the actions of the protesters present at Marikana on that day. I thought that in fairness I should refer you to that, but let us take you can talk about the qualification at the end in due course, or you can leave it for my learned friend Mr. Semenya to ask you questions about it. But Mr. De Rover confirms what he said and says that he stood by it. Leaving aside the qualification for the time being, have you got any criticism of the substantive portion of his statement?
Njemba ke ngoku besithetha ngemeko yayilapho yena umhlekazi lo Dirova uthi ke amapolisa ayanyanzeleka into yokuba asebenze ngendlela engapha kwamandla abo ekulawuleni izihlwele. Uthi ke ngoku into ayithethayo nangona ngekho izizathu ezivakalayo for izenzo zamapolisa kodwa akathethi into yoba mayingajongisisi into yenziwe ngabaqhankqalazi. Ekugqibeleni ke ngoku uthi ndisamile kulaa nto bendiyithetha ngaphambili. Ngoku kuyabuzwa uba kwezinto zithethwa ke ngoku apha nguDirova ufuna khona apha afuna uhlaba okanye afuna ugxeka khona.
Voorsitter, nie noodwendig kritiek nie, maar
Not necessarily critique, Mr. Chairperson.
maar dis belangrik dat daar net opheldering is in terme van my perspektief.
Important that this be brought to light in terms of my perspective.
Ke andithi ke phofu ke ndifuna uxela kodwa ke funeke le nto icaciswe kakuhle ngokwendlela ingakumbi mna endiyibona ngayo.
Enkele aspekte sy paragraaf 61 op bladsy 14 van bewysstuk FFF11.
Aspects such as on page number 16, exhibit FFF11.
into ezifana napha kuphepha u16 apha ku triple F11.
Staan net enkele opmerkings.
Just some remarks, few remarks.
Kukho into ezithethwayo apho.
Hy meld spesifiek one difference I see with the past en belangrik and with the benefit of hindsight.
One difference that I saw in the past and with the benefit of hindsight.
Uthi ke into umahluko awubonileyo ngaphambili ke bathetha ngezinto zokusebenzisa okanye uthetha ngento ezenzeke emva kwesiganeko.
Dit belangrik dat ons hierdie gebeurtenis, die tragiese gebeure op die 16de Augustus wat dit afgespeel het by Marikana.
It's important that we know that this tragic incident happened on the 16th of August in Marikana.
Kubalulekile into yoba siyazi into yoba le ntlekele yenzeke phaa ngo-16 August phaa eMarikana.
Was uniek en 'n eerste van sy soort.
Was unique and the first of its kind.
Kwakuqala ke ngoku kusenzeka into elolo hlobo.
So die polisie het dit benader.
The police approached it
met hulle historiese ervaring met die hantering van openbare orde aangeleenthede.
Historic experience of treating actions of a public order.
Amapolisa athi asebenza ngayo ngendlela eqhelekileyo nabebesenza ngayo mandulo apho ke ngoku balawula khona izihlwele.
Dit was 'n hybride situasie.
It was a hybrid situation.
En nie een van suiwer skare bestuur nie.
Not one unique, not one solely crowd management.
Yayinto nje yahlukileyo kodwa ingasingumba wokulawula izihlwele kuphela.
En dit was buite die vaardighede en die opleidings en die metodes van openbare orde.
It was outside the experience, the knowledge of a public order.
Yayingapha kwamandla namava ke ngoku.
The skills, the experience and the training.
In terms of their skills, experience,
training
and training.
And methods.
And methods. Thank you.
No qeqesho nendlela basebenza ngayo.
Ook die metodes, die manier hoe hulle dit hanteer, dis reg voorsitter.
The methods, the manner in which they handled this, Ms. Chairperson.
Sithetha ngendlela bathi ke ngoku basebenze ngayo kumeko ezinjalo.
Dit is die kommentaar wat
the passage that was put to you is really an introductory paragraph. The point that Mr. De Rover makes is then developed in paragraphs 23 through to 29. The point in 23 is that public order in any country is not the sole responsibility of the police. And then he goes on to say that the solution, the culmination of his points, is the solution to the underlying conflict was not something which the police could provide. And he refers to the necessary involvement of the unions and the employer. In paragraph 27, for example, he says, about 4 lines from the foot of that paragraph, this was the case of Marikana, where resolution of the underlying conflict was completely beyond police influence. He had previously said they didn't hold the key to any possible solution of the conflict. Have you any comments to make about what he says there? They follow on from the passage that Mr. Bezos put to you.
Can I just add that paragraph 22 can't be read in isolation. It should be read together with paragraph 64 and 65 as well.
Of the original?
Yes, which of the supplementary. Yeah.
Voorsitter, ek het dit net gelees in konteks met hierdie paragraaf 22 op die aanvullende verklaring.
Read it in context with paragraph 22 and with the supplementary statement.
En 61 en 62 van sy oorspronklike verklaring. Ek nie weier dit gelees nie.
And 6162 of his original statement, not or more wider than that.
Bensendifundile ke ngoku kwi-statement sakhe esithe songezwa ingakumbi paragraph 22.
Makes in 64 is that you couldn't just use known POP tactics. They would be futile because the point he makes in 65 is POP vehicles couldn't enter everywhere on the ground. Test POP personnel and vehicle formation couldn't be employed for the same reasons. Of course, the other point that could be made, I take it, that he doesn't make directly, is the POP people were, generally speaking, armed with less than lethal force. I think some of them had firearms. But basically, they were there to use less than lethal force. And the situation was one where less than lethal force wasn't the answer. I know that's a leading question, which Mr. Bezos would object if I were counsel, but do you agree with it?
To judges and questions, Mr. Chair.
Voorsitter, in al die insidente wat, of in, ja, by verre sekerlik die meeste insidente wat openbare orde in die afgelope 17 jaar mee gedeel het.
Mr. Chairperson, yeah, all these incidents refers to what has been taking place in public order actions for the past 17 years.
Ndothetha ke ngezenzo ebezenziwa phaa kwi-public order kwiminyaka eyi-17.
En in gevalle wat hulle moes optree,
in cases where they had to act,
apho ke kwafuneka into yobana bathathe amanyathelo khona.
buite die sogenaamde continuum van geweld, soos verwys daarna in 'n openbare orde
outside
polisieringskonteks.
the context of force in continuum as referred to,
ngaphandle ke kwento yokusebenza kwamandla abo amancinane njengoba sekutshiwo.
force in continuum
Outside of that.
outside of that, Mr.
Was sodanige gevalle was dit beperk tot die toevallige gebruik van 'n vuurwapen.
Such incidents were dependent on the use of a
Incidental.
It would be accidental, incidental, I imagine.
incidental use of a firearm.
Zonke into ezenzeka apho zazizawuxhomekeka ngoku apho kuzothi kusetyenziswa khona imipu.
En met vuurwapen verwys ek nou nie die gebruik van 'n halgeweer met rubber nie, ek praat van skerpend ammunisie.
With a reference to a firearm here, I'm not referring to the use of shotguns with rubber bullets. I'm referring to arms with lethal effect.
Xa ndithetha ngemipu apha ke
With sharp ammunition.
andithethi ke ngoku ngemibhaxa apho kusetyenziswa iimbumbulu zerabha kodwa ndithetha ngemipu apho kubakho iimbumbulu zoqobo eziyintsimbi.
So die tradisionele toerusting van openbare orde,
The traditional equipment for public order policing,
Izixhobo ke zosebenza ke abasebenza ngazo abakwi-public order policing
en ook hulle opleiding is om te deel met
and also in training,
nakuqeqesho.
gevalle wat daar minder dwang moet gebruik word.
is intended to for where there's minimum force to be applied.
Izixhobo ke zisetyenziswa apho kuzofuneka basebenzise amandla amancinane.
Hierdie situasie was heeltemal anders, so dit het buite hulle vaardigheidsveld gegaan
In this
ook,
case,
hoe hulle toegerus is.
was a total different kind of occasion. It was outside their ability.
Kule imeko ke yayinto engapha kwamandla abo.
General, would like to draw your attention to what you were asked and what you replied on day 77 of these proceedings, on the 22nd of April, at page 8198. The question by the chairperson was, I think, really the point that Mr. Semenya is making, if I may sort of take it over for a moment, was how many operations of this magnitude involving protesters or strikers or participants who were armed as these people were armed have you been involved in the past? Generaal-Majoor Annandale, voorsitter. Ek self was by geen sodanige operasie betrokke wat soveel mensen se bewapen was nie, en ek is nie bewus van pertinente, daar is 'n vraagteken, pertinente situasie in my loopbaan waar daar sodanige dreigement was en soveel mense so gewapen was. Maar die ontplooiing en vraagteken skadebestuursituasie was hierdie by verre die grootste een wat ek nog waargeneem het. Forgive me for my hesitant reading of Afrikaans, but did you say that?
Njengoba bebuzwa ke umbuzo kuphendula usihlalo into yoba wake wasebenza nakumeko eyifana le yayi-primary kana waze yena wanika le mpendulo egqibe ufundwa ngokubuza uyithethile nto leyo.
It's in the transcript. I say you don't expect him to deny it. It's in the transcript. I think the two question marks indicate the indefinite article in each case. Perhaps he can tell us whether he agrees with that. You don't deny you said that.
I'll peek about it.
Voorsitter, nee, behalwe die vraagteken.
Vraagtekens, they look like indefinite articles to me, I think.
Except the question marks.
Apostrophe N. Is that right?
Dit is gewis so.
Yeah.
It is so.
Gave that evidence.
Voorsitter, ek het daarna verwys dat so 'n groep met die betrokke getalle wat sodanig gewapen is.
Such a group with such weapons.
Ndithetha ke ngelo hlobo olo qela elo laliphethe ezo zixhobo zilolo hlobo zinjalo.
Met pertinente verwysing na die 400 groepie.
Pertinently referring to the group of 400.
Ibhekisa ingakumbi kwela qela labantu abengamakhulu amane.
Maar sonder om die groter groep totaal uit te sluit want hulle het ook
without excluding the bigger group because they also had
wapens in hulle besit gehad.
Had weapons in their possession.
Ndingathi ke anibabali bona aba bebebaninzi ngoba nabo babephethe izixhobo.
Are you asking the Commission to ignore the evidence of all those that said that there were 3,000 of, to use the evidence, belligerent protesters?
You use
the words that your council used.
Ucela ke ufuna ngamanye amazwi bale commission ingathathile ingqalelo into ethethiweyo ngabanye ke ukubana kwakujongisiswe kwaba bangamawaka amathathu babendlongondlongo.
Voorsitter, nee, ek vra dat die kommissie dit nie ignoreer nie.
No, Mr. Chair, I'm not asking the commission to ignore that.
Anceli le commission ba lonto ingayithathile ingqalelo.
Ek het regtig al na die beste van my vermoë probeer verduidelik.
I have tried to the best of my ability to explain that.
Inze unako ukuba ndiyicacise lonto leyo.
Na die kollektiewe verwysing na die groter groep en die kleiner groep.
Reference to the collective, the bigger group and so on.
Ndi apho benibhekisa khona kweli nani likhulu bedityaniswe phofu bonke.
En dat 'n gedeelte van die kollektief die militant was.
And that a part of the collective was the militant one.
Nokuba abanye baliqela lidityaniswe lonke yayingaba ke ngokuba bendlongondlongo.
I'm going on to a new point. I can start and use the 5 minutes if need be.
Use the 5 minutes to finish the point, then we won't adjourn yet. But
yes.
if you'll still be busy with the point when we adjourn, we may as well take the adjournment now.
I will be busy with it after.
We will adjourn until 1:30, soon thereafter, as we'll get back here.
Thank you.
Sisathatha ikhefu ke kakhulu bazali siyabuyela kakhona ngecala emva kwentsimbi yokuqala.
The second session.
What?
Both sessions went our way.
We've got 2 green ticks, George.
No. But he's very confident that he's going to believe.
Where's WW2? Do you have it? White statement. No, I've got it here. Sorry. That's it. So we've got everything.
1, 2, 2, 2.
tse two fela.
One, two.
Yeah, ine wa bona etsa ne ba butse e ha ba butse le ya Mr Bezos. 1 2 1 2. Lekker vertel wat hulle daarvan doen. Wie geweest? Commission is studying. Yeah, Sugumeni.
The commission resumes. Meneer Generaal is nog steeds on the eet. Mr. Bezos, you're still cross-examining.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to read you a passage from the opening address of Mr. Semenya, your counsel.
It's actually an opening statement, I think. It's headed opening statement.
Paragraph 43, to which we referred to before, but I want to read it again because I have
This
a
is
number
exhibit triple F9.
Yes.
What paragraph are you reading?
42.
42.
43, I beg your pardon.
43, that's page 14.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We propose to give a presentation regarding the training of the various units of the police service, the policy considerations which apply in crowd control and management, the constitutional mandate of the police service, and the provisions of the various statutes dealing with police conduct. The evidence, however, will be that some...
Mr. Beaton, I'm sorry to interrupt you. The impression I get is there's static
I
on
have
the
that
equipment.
problem with this
Now,
machine.
I mentioned it to the operators to see whether they can... We had it once before and they did something and it was sorted out. But I have a fear if the quality of the recording of today's proceedings or this afternoon's proceedings may be affected.
Only gives this problem if Mr. Bezos opens that machine on. If you could possibly try the one on the other side.
Is that better? Is that better?
Still has the
It
same
sounds better. It sounds like we have the same problem. It's a kind of echo as well, actually. I mean, if we still have an audible record, it will be all right. But I'm afraid it may not be so. An audible record that can then be clearly and accurately transcribed. If it can't be, then obviously, can we go on despite the static? Do you find it distracting, Mr. Interpreter? Or does the
Fortunately,
general
very much.
find it distracting?
Yes. I'll try to listen as careful as I can. But
if we adjourn for a short while, will that enable you to address the problem?
is it?
According to the gentleman here, there was a problem that side. He says he fixed it. Now it's fine. We can continue.
All right. All right. Let's proceed for the moment then.
Do I have to start again with paragraph 43
I
for
think it
clarity?
may be sensible to start again reading from the beginning of paragraph 43.
Thank you. We propose to give a presentation regarding the training of the various units of the police service, the policy considerations which apply in crowd control and management, the constitutional mandate of the police service, and the provisions of the various statutes dealing with police conduct. The evidence, however, will be that some of the instruments were not adequate to deal with a treacherous situation of more than 3,000 belligerent protesters who were armed and resisting any effort to disarm them. You've heard what your counsel said. Oh, it's okay. Are you here?
That's how I read it, Ms. Chairperson.
Are you here to give evidence to this effect?
Ubungqina bakho buhambisana nento ithethwa apha ke ngoku into okubana bona bathi bonisa ke ngokuba cebe into yokuba kubekho uqeqesho olwenziwa kumacandelo amapolisa nokusebenzisa ipolisa abasebenza kulalweni izihlwele nezinto ke ngoku ezitshiwoyo phaa kumgaqo siseko ezithetha ngempatho yamapolisa uthi ubungqina babo bazawuthi ba izixhobo ababenazo zokusebenza kumeko enjalo yemaxongo zazinganelanga ingakumbi kwelo qela ke labantu baqhankqalaza babendlongontlongo ababengafuni nokuba babeke phantsi izixhobo zabo.
Voorsitter, ek is hier om
Major General, your counsel has indicated he wishes to say something.
Chair, in fairness, the opening statement also deals at paragraph 25, page 9, with the group that was to be arrested would have been the more militant and obdurate ones. Of the 3,000.
Also, we've had that passage before. It also talks about dispersing and disarming over 3,000 protesters. That passage has also been put. But anyway, once again, you've read that passage. Or would you, perhaps we should read the whole passage so that the criticism can't be raised that the witness was being ambushed by a selective quotation. 25 we read already. You will hear of the fluidity of the situation in Marikana on Thursday, 16 August 2012, a situation that got out of control and tragic unintended consequences resulted. Despite particular scenario planning by experienced generals and other senior officers of the Joint Operational Centre, the JOC, to achieve the object of dispersing and disarming over 3,000 protesters and remove the more militant and obdurate ones by way of arrest. So that's that passage, and then there's the passage which Mr. Bezos has already read, particularly the reference to more than 3,000 belligerent protesters. And it's that passage that he wants the witness to comment on. Is that right, Mr. Bezos?
Yes. May I say for my learned friend's reassurance that the issue that I want to deal is no longer the issue of numbers, but the other content of the passage.
Next to the question that you've already put, to make that point clear so the witness can then answer you comprehensively, as it were.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. General, the question was, are you here to give evidence on the matters that your counsel promised evidence on?
Umbuzo wami ndoba unika ubungqina ngezinto igqwetha lento belithembisa intoba kuzawunikwa ubungqina ngazo.
Voorsitter, ek kan net getuienis lewer oor die feite aan my bekend.
I can only give evidence about facts known to me, Ms. Chairperson.
Ndiyakwazi unika ubungqina ngezinto endizaziyo mna.
Ek weet nie of ek oor elke liewe aspek wat vermeld is in daai openingsverklaring kan getuienis lewer nie. Ek is seker dat
Don't know if I would be able to give evidence on each and everything mentioned in that opening statement.
Ndiyazi intobana ke ngoku ndizawukwazi unika ubungqina ngayo yonke into ekhankanyiweyo phaa kule ntetho yokuvula eyenziwe apha kwestatement.
Start with the first.
Qale ngokuqala.
What training was inadequate?
Mr. Bezos, what was described as inadequate was, quote, some of these instruments. I'm not sure that training is an instrument. Is that right?
Well, it may well be. The witness, I can't cross-examine my learned friend what he meant. I want to ask the witness what he understood.
Okay. No, ask the question. My only fear was that you were suggesting that he said that the training was inadequate. It may well be that was meant, but that's not the wording used. But anyway, I think the point's been put on the table, so you can now deal with it without the witness being at a disadvantage, I think.
Let's start off with the question. Do you agree with what your counsel said in paragraph 43?
Umbuzo wami oqala intoba uvumelana nento ayithethayo na ummeli wenu phaa kwiparagraph 43.
Voorsitter, ek het reeds verduidelik in terme van die 3000 persone en dat dit 'n kollektiewe verwysing is.
I have already given evidence about the 3,000 people, Ms. Chairperson, and I refer to them as a collective.
Bendisendinika ubungqina ke ngabantu bangamawaka amathathu kwaye ndithe badityaniswe bonke inani labo.
Ek het ook verwys die onderskeid wat gemaak was in die vele besprekings tydens die JOCOM vergaderings en nabetragting vergaderings.
And then I referred to the differences that were made in the various JOCOM meetings that were held.
Ndithetha nangomahloko owenziwa ke kwintlanganiso ezininzi ezazibanjwa phaa kwi-JOCOM.
Voorsitter, en ek het vroeër getuig, ek het verwys, ek kon iets onthou van 'n voorlegging wat ek gemaak het aan 'n groep van Lonmin bestuur.
Earlier, I made mention of a presentation I made to Lonmin management.
Phambili ke bendichazile nangendlela endichaza ngayo phaa kubaphathi baselonmin.
En ek het nou tydens die breek het ek gaan kyk in die verklaringe wat beskikbaar gestel is deur Lonmin.
And now during the break, I had insight to some statements which were made available by the Lonmin people.
Ye ngeli xesha lekhefi ke ndajonga amanye amaxwebhu ke avela elonmin.
En ek merk op in 'n verklaring van 'n meneer Mohammed Ismail Sedat.
And I see in the statement of Mr. Mohammed Ismail Sidat,
Benjonge ke ngoku intetho eyenziwe nguMohammed Ismail Sidat.
Op sy bladsy 5 en pertinent die einde van paragraaf 5.2.
On page 5 and pertinently on 5.2.
Phaa kwiphepha lesihlanu ke iparagraph 5.2.
Die laaste paragraaf en ek haal aan.
The last paragraph, and I quote.
Ndithi ke ngoku iparagraph yokugqibela uthetha amazwi anje alolu hlobo.
General Annandale had also informed us that
Annandale wayesixelele nathi
that there were two groups at the Koppie,
amaqela amabini phaa entabeni.
and that there appeared to be a large group of impi moving backwards and forwards at the base of the hill.
Phaa engwingqini ke kwakubonakala aba bebenyuka besihla.
Ek het ook 'n foto gekry wat ingehandig is gesien as bewysstuk EEE 10.1 en 10.3.
Documents that have been handed in, and I see they are referred as Exhibit 10.1 and 10.3.
Amanye amaxwebhu abizwa ke
Triple E 10.1 and 10.3.
Yes.
Triple E 10.1 no Triple E 10.3.
And in the other document, if I may say, Mr. Chairperson, there was the use of the word impi. I don't know if that is understood. It's a Zulu word, also Xhosa word meaning a war or warriors.
Die foto is die bewysstuk wat ek na verwys het is 'n foto deur Luitenant-kolonel Mere, foto 3448 en 3449.
The photos I referred to were by Colonel Mere 3448 and 3449.
Izi zaka Colonel Mere ndithethe ngazo zaka 3448 and 3449.
Geneem op die 15de Augustus 2012.
Taken on the 15th of August 2012.
Esithathwe nge-15 August 2012.
En dit wys duidelik die verskil in die twee groepe.
And they show clearly the two different groups.
Ziyabonisa kakuhle ke la maqela amabini ohlukeneyo.
Wat dan telkens die bespreking was tydens hierdie vergaderings wat ek na verwys het.
Which I mentioned during these discussions that I referred to earlier.
Ndithetha ngazo nakwexesha bendithetha ngezingxoxo bendithetha ngazo ngaphambili.
So om terug te kom na advokaat Bisos se vraag.
Coming back to Advocate Bizos' question, sir.
Andibuyela kumbuzo ka-Advocate Bizos.
Die laaste gedeelte van die openingsverklaring soos vermeld in paragraaf 43.
The last reference he made to on page 43.
Into ke ubebhekisa kuyo bephaa kuparagraph 43.
Geen nie 'n verdere onderverdeling nie van die groepe nie.
Does not give does not make a differentiation.
Doesn't give a further
Subdivision to the groupings.
Indlela ekuchazwe ngayo ke abahlukaniswa aba bantu balamaqela.
Ek is klaar, dankie voorsitter.
I am through. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
The evidence, however, will be that some of these instruments were not adequate to deal with a treacherous situation. Leave aside the numbers we don't want to have. I want to know from you which instruments were not adequate.
Xa kuthiwa ke ngoku izixhobo zokusebenza zinganelanga phaya kuba bakwazi ukusebenza phantsi kwemeko enjalo ngeziphi izixhobo zokusebenza kuthethwa ngazo.
Voorsitter, ek kan pertinent verwys na staande order 262.
I can pertinently refer to Standing Order 262, Mr. Chairperson.
Ndingabhekisa phaa ku-Standing Order 262.
'n Staande order wat opgestel is om uiting te gee aan die
standing orders that were given to give
om uiting te gee aan die wet op openbare byeenkomste.
effect to the law on
Regulation of gatherings.
regulation of gatherings Act.
Ezike zichaza ke ngalo mthetho ke we Regulation of Gatherings Act.
Voorsitter, en dan die opleiding.
The training.
Interrupting you. Are you suggesting that that standing order is an instrument which is not adequate? Is that what you are saying? If not, what are you saying?
Thini ngamanye ufuna ukuthi ngamanye amazwi esi standing order sithetha ngaso ngesixhobo sokusebenza kuthiwa ke ngoku asanelanga.
Staande order 262 deel uitsluitlik met die hantering van openbare protesaksies.
Standing Order 262 deals precisely with the regulation of protest.
How was that an instrument which was not adequate in the Marikana situation?
Kwimeko yasemarikana ke lento esi standing order iye basisixhobo sokusebenza esinganelanga ngendlela enjani.
Voorsitter, ek het verduidelik dat hierdie 'n hybride situasie was.
I have explained, Mr. Chairperson, that this was quite a hybrid situation.
Disentjilo ba ke ngoku yayimeko le eyayingaqhelekanga.
En dat dit baie wyer gestrek het as suiwer skarebeheer.
That it was wider than ordinary crowd management.
Yayinto enkulu ukudlula ke le iqhele ukwenziwa xa kulawulwa izihlwele.
In the order for any
Witness is still busy with his answer, Mr. Bishop. Am I right, Major General?
Dis reg, dankie voorsitter.
That's right. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
En dat die situasie wat in Marikana afgespeel het, gegee dat dit sodanig uniek was.
That the situation playing out at Marikana was that unique.
En dat dit vereis het dat verskeie ander eenhede 'n pertinente rol het om te speel.
That it required other pertinent role players to take part.
Units, I think he said. Required various other units.
Units to take part.
Into yenza kuba kubekho imfuneko yokuba abanye amacandelo nawo ayothatha inxaxheba apho.
En dat daar nie 'n staande order is wat pertinent na dit verwys nie.
And that there is no standing order that refers to that pertinent kind of a situation.
Akukho standing order ke sithetha ngemeko elolo hlobo.
What portions of this situation do the standing orders not cover?
I-standing order ke kula meko yayipha ngeziphi izinto engathethi ngazo.
Voorsitter, alles van dat die aanval op die polisielyn plaasgevind het.
Everything, Chairperson, from the time of the attack on the police line.
Yonke into ke uyotsho uqala ngela xesha ke amapolisa ehlaselwa kumqa ababe kuwo.
Want offensiewe aksies het toe oorgegaan in defensiewe aksies.
Because offensive action went over to a defensive action.
Kokuba ke ngoku isenzo senyathelo lathatha amapolisa phambili sajika saba into yokuba linyathelo lokhuselo kumapolisa.
Om steeds dit te gebruik om binne die perke te bly van die gebruik van geweld en kontinuum.
I would need some assistance, yes, Chairperson.
To still stay in line.
Your answer.
To still stay in line.
To still stay in line with the use of force as we understand it in the force of
You
continuum.
talked about the continuum of force, as is understood in the standing order.
That's correct.
And of course, the standing order was also amplified, firstly by Exhibit T, which was later withdrawn and replaced by Exhibit S, the letter of July 2012. That's correct, isn't it? I take it that's part of the effectively part of Standing Order 262, or an application, qualification of it, in the POP context, the public order policing context. Is that right?
That is a correct samevatting.
That is correct, Mr. Chairperson.
Uyayivuma lento bayinyani apho kuthethwa khona ngamanye amaxwebhu top ayethetha ke ngemisebenzi kanye into ezenziwa ngamapolisa.
There's another point I think perhaps is relevant at this stage. I hope Mr. Bezos will forgive me if I intervene. I've been worried for some time about the use of protesters all the time. The strikers were not really protesters. This isn't a protest action, pure and simple. This was a different kind of situation actually. And the word protest, of course, is I think a word used in the Act. And the standing order is really designed at dealing with public protests, to some extent at least. This isn't really a protest action, as I understand. It certainly wasn't from about the 13th onwards. But
I agree with this, the way it has been put, Ms. Chairperson.
Wendivumela nawe kule ndlela uyibeka ngayo.
You know, the standing orders in relation to protests is not the only constitutional or legal instrument. The question of training, the part of the constitutional mandate, part of even personal self-defense has got to be proportional. There has to be command and control. There have to be other ways than killing people in order to obviate an attack against the police. Do you say all those things do not apply in the situation that we had to deal with in Mirokana? Proportionality doesn't matter. Shooting at the legs doesn't matter. Warning doesn't matter. We shoot to kill, and there's nothing that the law can do about it.
That's a whole batch of questions all rolled up into one, I think. But perhaps you'd like to pick them off one by one, Major General.
Voorsitter, ek moet sê vir die eerste keer is ek sprakeloos. Ek
For the first time, I'm speechless. So many things have been thrown in.
Voorsitter, ek was besig op die vraag van die advokaat in terme van pertinente voorbeelde en ek het die eerste voorbeeld gebruik as Standaard 262.
I was busy with answering the question from the learned advocate, and I was still busy with the first question when I referred to Standing Order 262.
Besandibuza omnye umbuzo ngokuye wathetha into ezininzi ndathi ndaphelwa nangamazwi ndam ngoba bensaphendula nobe ndibuzile ngexesha bendibuza ke ngoku ko Standing Order 262.
En ek sal graag wil voortgaan in terme van nog 'n voorbeeld in terme van opleiding.
I would like to go on, Ms. Chairperson, pertaining to the training.
Ndifuna uqhubekeka ke ndithethe ngoqeqesho.
Voorsitter, ons weet nou baie aspekte in nabetragting.
We now know a lot of as a result of hindsight, Ms. Chairperson.
Ngoku ngenxa yento ezenzeke emva kwesiganeko sazinto ezininzi.
En ons weet nou dat ons sal 'n groter klem moet lê in terme van praktiese simulasies tydens die opleiding van openbare orde polisieringslede.
We now know that we have, during the training of the people, do a lot of practical simulations.
Ngoku ngoqeqesho lePops sithi ke ngoku ekwenzeni uqeqesho kubekho izinto esizenzayo eziyinxalenye yoqeqesho lwethu.
Ons weet dat ons sal moet kyk na gevalle studies en uiteraard sal Marikana pertinente gevalle studie wees.
At incidents that happened, Marikana is going to be one of our studies.
He said we'll have to look at case studies.
One of Marikana is going to be one.
I think he said
of our case
Marikana
studies.
will be one of those. Will have to be one of those case studies.
Of those case studies, yes.
Siyawujonga sifunde ke nakumatyala agqitywa kwakhutshwa ngaphambili enye yazo iyakuba yile ntlekele ethi yenzeka phaa eMarikana.
Ons moet kyk na ons opleidingsgeriewe om sodanige praktiese simulasies en opleiding te kan akkommodeer.
We also have to look at our training facilities to see if such training would be accommodated there.
Kuyofuneka sijonge ke ngoku namaziko oqeqesho sibone uba olo qeqesho lingakwazi ukuba lenziwe kuloo ndawo na.
En ons sal ook moet kyk dat ons openbare ordelede 'n hoër vlak van opleiding het om pertinent te deel met sodanige dreigemente.
Also have to see to it that our public order policing will get a higher standard of education in order to be able to deal.
I think he said a higher degree of training to be able to deal with situations of this kind.
To be able to deal with such situations.
Siyawuqinisekisa ukuba namalungu ethu Pops afumana izinga eliphezulu loqeqesho ukuba akazokwazi into yoba usebenza kwimeko ezilolo hlobo.
En daardeur moet ons ook gaan kyk na metodes en middele.
And thereby going to look at methods and measures and means.
Sijonge ke ngoku nendlela ezisawusebenzisa ukuba zeziphi na.
Ons sal moet gaan kyk na byvoorbeeld wat is beskikbaar in die mark.
We have to go and look at what is available in the market.
Sijonge uba phaa kwimarike ke intoni efumanekayo.
In terme van optiese, akoestiese.
In terms of optic and acoustic.
Kwezi zinto agqiba ukuzikhankanya.
Kinetiese of chemische middele wat beskikbaar is.
Kinetics and chemical methods means that are available.
Kwakunye ke nee-chemical ke imichiza efumanekayo.
Om vir ons verdere opsies te gee om aan te wend as ons gekonfronteer word met so skade.
Different options as to what to use when we are confronted with such different situations.
Kula machiza ke siyazi into yobana kwiimeko ezahlukeneyo sikwazi ubusebenza njani kwimeko nganye.
Voorsitter, en daardeur gooi ons niks weg in terme van wat in wetgewing bestaan.
By so doing, Mr. Chairperson, there is nothing that we are throwing out of the existent laws.
We throw nothing away that exists in the existing legislation. I think that's what
existing legislations, yes.
Akukho nto ke singathi siyayilahla ke phaa kule mithetho seyikho ngoku.
Pertinent verwysend na noodweer en selfverdediging.
Pertinently with reference to self-defense and
noodweer is self-defense, I think, and private, and the other was private defense. In other words, self-defense, you defend yourself; private defense, you defend your
private
someone
defense.
Else.
Ngakumbi xa nizobhekisa ke kulo mba wokuzikhusela nokukhusela omnye umntu.
Did I say it correctly?
Noodweer also actually covers necessity. So it's necessity, I think you said or meant, translated in English, necessity and private defense. Because private defense would include self-defense and defending other people. But necessity is the other legal concept that applies here. Neither of them is governed by legislation. They're actually common law rules that apply.
Uyayitsho ke ngoku noba naxa kukho imfuneko le yokuba ukhusele omnye into eyenzeka phantsi kwemfuneko apho ke ungathi nawe ubuquzikhusele.
Voorsitter, ek gaan eers kommentaar oplewer nie, ek kan vaar dit net 100% so.
I accept it 100% as such, Mr. Chairman. I won't comment further.
Anizophinda ke undiphawule ndiyamkela ngobunjalo bayo.
General, what constitutional and statutory provisions proved to be inadequate, according to your counsel?
Kumgaqo siseko nakumthetho ngeziphi izinto ezibonakala zinganelanga ngokwento ethethwa
I'm sorry, Mr. Bezos, I'm not sure that one can say that what Mr. Semenya said there was necessarily referring to the Constitution or statutes. He just used the expression, some of these instruments, and the witnesses referred to those aspects that he regarded as inadequate. So I don't know if the question as framed is correctly put, but I think I understand where you're going. So if you'd like to reformulate the question,
well,
then you can carry
I'm
on.
following my learned friend's words. The constitutional mandate of the police service and the provisions of the various statutes dealing with police conduct. The evidence, however, will be that some of these instruments were not adequate to deal with a treacherous situation of
It doesn't necessarily then refer
who
to
were armed
to
and resisting any effort.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bezos. The expression "some of these instruments" doesn't necessarily refer to the constitutional mandate of the public service, but and it looks, from what the witness says, that he understands instruments to include things like training manuals and so forth. But anyway, I don't want to stop you. You can carry on. But all I'm saying to you is I'm not sure that one can say that Mr. Semenya suggested or intended to suggest that the Constitution is somehow defective in this regard.
Why did he use the words, the constitutional mandate of the police?
He used the word "some." So he didn't say all these things are inadequate. Each one of them, he said some. So, well, that's a matter for you to ask the question, to ask the witness.
If it's some, which were the constitutional or legislative liamtas, to use the word for the benefit of the witness, that were responsible for Marikana.
Well, what the witness has said so far, as I understand him, is he's referred to gaps, if one can use that word, deficiencies in the standing order, because it didn't deal with the hybrid situation. He's also spoken about the training, which is not strictly speaking an instrument, but he may have meant things like training manuals and that sort of thing. And he also referred to the equipment they had, because he said they need other equipment. I'm not quite sure what the kinetic equipment means, but we'll ask him that in a moment. But he did refer to other things which I did understand. But as I say, I don't want to stop you, but I think you must ask the question in a way which is a fair reflection of what Mr. Semenya said.
I think I must put it to the witness bluntly, Mr. Chairman. What your counsel said is, to some extent, supported by the National Commissioner, who thought that parts of the Constitution and legislation and standing orders were responsible.
Objection, Chair. At no stage did I suggest...
Let's hear your objection. I don't remember her saying anything about the Constitution being defective or deficient. If you can perhaps refer us to the transcript where that is said, then we can deal with it. But I must confess, I don't remember that, but I may have missed it. But if you can give us a precise reference...
on it, Mr. Chairman, because you said... when asked why were the police so...
give us the reference to the transcript, and then I can deal with Mr. Semenya's rejection. Mr. Semenya says she didn't say that. You say she did. Well, one of you is right and the other's wrong. But if you can give me the reference in the record, I will then see which of you is correct, and either uphold the objection or dismiss it.
The portion that I don't think any of us can forget, that she said that it was the beautiful Constitution that led the protesters to have an adverse attitude to the police, Mr. Chairman.
No, there's no...
I thought that was put to her, and she denied saying it, as far as I can recall. But again, if you can give me the reference, I can deal with it in a satisfactory fashion to all concerned, I hope.
We do not have to accept the National Commission's interpretation of the words that she used, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Bezos, the fact of the matter is that you've put that she said something. Mr. Semenya says she didn't say that. If she said it, it'll be in the record. You can give us a reference, and then I'll allow you to proceed, and I'll overrule Mr. Semenya's rejection. If, on the other hand, she didn't say it, then I fear your question will be disallowed, and Mr. Semenya's rejection will be upheld. That must be the way I must proceed, isn't it?
For the sake of saving time, I'll withdraw the question of the parallel and come back to the question that I originally asked. Are there any constitutional provisions which are inadequate in the opinion of the police to control the conduct of protesters? Are there any constitutional provisions which prevent the police from adequately controlling protesters?
Pha kumgaqo siseko zikhona indawo ezibonisa into yokubana amapolisa ayathintela into yokubana angakwazi ukuthi balawule basebenze ngezihlwele ngokugqibeleleyo.
Voorsitter, ek is nie die gesag om namens die polisie te praat rondom so 'n pertinente stelling nie.
Mr. Chairman, I am not the authority who could give an opinion on such
to speak on behalf of the police on such a matter.
To speak on behalf of the SAPS pertaining to such matters.
Andinagunya ke lo uthetha igameni lamapolisa kumiba ilolo hlobo.
As 'n individu is ek nie bewus van enige sodanige leemtes in die grondwet.
As an individual, I am not aware of such an inadequacy in the Constitution.
Mna ke mna ubuqu andinanto enzazi izinjalo ezibonisa ukungagqibeleli pha kumgaqo siseko.
And in your personal capacity, you would not suggest that there is anything in the Constitution or in the legislation which would enable the police to act differently at Marikana. Differently to what they actually did.
Uthi akhonto ibonisayo kanye ethi emapoliseni benze ngalandlela benza ngayo pha eMarikana.
Bezos, I've got an idea that a negative fell out of that question somewhere. I don't think you meant it the way you put it. Perhaps you could repeat the question. I may have misheard you, but it sounded to me as if there was a knot missing from the question. But anyway, ask the question again. Perhaps I was wrong in understanding it the way I understood it. Just put the question again.
As a senior policeman, do you personally believe that there is anything in the Constitution, in the legislation, or in the standing orders which prevented the police from dealing with a situation in Marikana without killing 34 people and seriously wounding 84 of them?
Ke ngoku pha kumgaqo siseko kanye kwi legislation kanye standing order ikhona indawo ethintela amapolisa apho okanye yenza into benze umsebenzi wabo ngaphandle kokubulala abantu abayi-34 nokwenzakalisa kakhona abanye ababi-84.
Voorsitter, ek het reeds na die konstitusie verwys en dit geantwoord.
I have referred to the Constitution and gave an answer, Mr. Chairperson. In terms of legislation,
kan ek nie pertinent my vinger lê op 'n spesifieke aspek wat ek nou hier kan
I cannot specifically put a finger on anything that you're referring to.
Akhondo ke pha ku legislation enokuyilatha ethetha ngale nto ugqiba uthetha ngayo.
En ons kan nie na staande orders net uitsluitlik in eksklusie na verwys nie.
We cannot then refer to standing orders exclusively and
want staande orders gaan in hand van beleid.
Standing orders go hand in hand with policy.
Kaloku asinawuyibala iyodwa okanye sijonge iyodwa standing order ngoba kaloku ihambisana nepolicy.
Beleid soos opgestel op by die ministerie.
Policies as defined in the
I think it's policies as laid down by the ministry. I think that's what he says.
Policies as laid down by the ministries.
Ipolicy njengoba zichaziwe pha nakwi office kanye indawo zabaphathiswa.
En dan nasionale instruksies, direktiewe,
national instructions, directives.
The National Instruction Directive.
Standaard operasionele prosedures,
standard operational procedures,
en gebeurlikheidsbeplanne wat ons opstel op polisievlak.
Occurrence, what do they call it?
Contingency plans that we compile, who draw up at police level. I think that's what he said.
Standing operating procedures.
Standing operation procedures.
Contingency planning.
Contingency planning.
National instructions and directives.
National instructions and directives.
Ezaqobo chaza ke ngoku athetha ngazone izicwangciso ezi ne-NID.
En voorsitter, ek het verwys daarna dat daar's 'n leemte in terme van pertinente sodanige instruksies waarna ek nou verwys het om opgestel te word.
I mentioned, Mr. Chairperson, that if there are gaps in what I have mentioned now, that this has got to be
filed or drawn up, I think is what he's saying.
To be drawn up, yes.
Yeah. He's made the point, as I understand it, that the standing order and the other documents that in a sense flow from it don't deal with this hybrid situation that he talked about. And that's something that's not addressed in the standing orders, and the standing orders should be compiled or drawn up to deal with the situation. I think that's what I understand him to be saying. If I'm wrong, he'll correct me.
En dis dan die leemtes pertinent soos jy dit nou stel, die leemtes wat ons het en wat ons nou moet gaan kyk.
Those, as you put it, Mr. Chairperson, those are the gaps that exist that we have to amend.
Chair, just for the record, I know Mr. Bezos withdrew the question, but there is nowhere in the opening statements where I make the assertion that the Constitution is inadequate.
I thought I'd said that on your behalf already, but I'm glad you agree with me. Now, you're quite right. You didn't say it anywhere in the opening statement. And to be fair, I think Mr. Bezos very wisely didn't persist in that point. But anyway, Mr. Bezos, there are a lot of other points you're going to persist in, I take it.
Clear with the last question on this issue to the witness. What I'm going to put to you, leaving aside the Constitution, listen carefully, please. What I want to put to you and your colleagues in the police force, that there was nothing wrong with the legal instruments that led to the tragedy of Marikana. It was the police strategy and plan that was defective, not the laws. Can you give an answer to it with a yes and no to this question?
Lento ndiyithethayo into kubana ke ngoku kwakungekho siphako siphene ku mithetho esetyenziswa ngamapolisa ekwenzeni umsebenzi wabo. Isikrexo ke ngoku nezinto ezaba impazamo zaba kuyindlela amapolisa enza ngayo isicwangciso. Kakuphendulekileyo?
I don't know that if I was in the witness box or the witness seat, I'd like to answer that question either as yes or no. I think I must allow the witness to answer it as he wishes, but if he wishes to say more than just yes or no, I will allow him to do so.
Met die vergunning sal ek asseblief wel meer sê as net ja of nee.
With your permission, Chair, I would like to say more than just yes or no.
Voorsitter, die polisie strategie en plan
The police strategy and plan, Mr. Chairperson,
was nie ontoereikend nie.
was not inadequate.
Isicwangciso samapolisa zange ibe yinto engagqibelelanga.
Polisie kon nie eers behoorlik uitkom ten uitvoer van hulle plan voordat hulle onder aanval gekom het nie.
The police could not come to where they were going to implement their plan before they were attacked.
Amapolisa ayengenakwazi kaloku uba asebenzise isicwangciso sabo ngaphambi koba bahlaselwe.
En die sterftes was nie as gevolg van uiteendryf aksies deur die polisie nie.
Were not as a result of the dispersal action by the police.
Into zange ibe ngunobangela ngenxa yezenzo okanye into eyenzeke ngenxa yezenzo amapolisa exesha ke ayithatha inyathelo lokuhlakaza.
It was as gevolg van individuele handelinge deur polisieoffisiere, lede en offisiere.
It was as a result of individual actions by police officers. By
Members and officers, is that right?
By members and officers.
Yaba ke ngoku zizenzo ezenzwa ngamalungu.
In lyn met gemeenregtelike beginsels van selfverdediging en
in line with the general rule of self-defense and self-defense and private defense.
Benza ke ngoku behambisana nale mithetho ethetha ke ngoku ngokuzikhusela nokukhusela kwabanye.
Council's suggestion that the constitutional mandate of the police service and the provisions of the various statutes dealing with police conduct may have been responsible, you don't associate yourself with it.
No, Mr. Bezos. I don't know that one can say that Mr. Semenya suggested that the constitutional mandate of the police service in any way contributes to what happened, and I don't think that's a fair interpretation of what he said. But unless he, if he says that the way you put it is correct, I won't say any more. But that's not the way I understood that paragraph of his statement.
I even attempted to put on record that which the chair said you had done it for my behalf, on my behalf. I still reiterate, there is nowhere in the opening statement where we ascribe the unfortunate deaths to be a consequence of inadequacies in the Constitution. Nowhere.
Tina njengamapolisa akho apho sithi into yakhokhelela ekuswelekeni kwabantu ngenxa yokuba umgaqo seko awugqibelelanga.
I will welcome my learned friend's statement that he never intended such a meeting. I know him too well.
Chair, I haven't said
Sorry,
it.
the purpose of the
Mr. Bezos is saying something very constructive, which I think well, I must allow him to say.
The purpose of the cross-examination is not to show up Mr. Semenya and what he said, and I will accept his assurance. Our function here is to put on record that the misconception that it is the law that is responsible for police violence is not his position. The witnesses said as much, and I'm glad to accept it. If Mr. Semenya says that this is not what I intend, what appears to be to us at least an ambiguous situation, we will accept it, Mr. Chairman, and we will proceed.
Not only did I not intend it, I have not said it, Chair.
Mr. Bezos thinks that thinks what you said was ambiguous, but he's happy to accept your assurance that that's what you intended, and I think we can leave the matter there. Totally unaffected.
Thank you.
I'll go into a... Don't worry about it. We'll go on to a new topic, Mr. Chairman. According to your statement, General, on Sunday, the 12th of August, you responded to a request from the Northwest Province to deploy members of the National Intervention Unit, NIU, and that you deployed members of the NIU Pretoria. Was this request made by Deputy Provincial Commissioner, Operations Northwest Province, Major General Naidu?
Ngoke njengoba usithi nge12 ngecawa kwakwenza isicelo into ba uthumela amapolisi eNIU apha kumntlanjona eso sicelo nasenziwa ku Deputy National Commissioner General Naidu.
Voorsitter, dit is korrek ja, hy het twee lede gevra vir NIU, maar ook vir openbare orde.
That is correct. He asked for members from the NIU and also from the POP.
Inyani wacela amalungu ePOP kunye neNIU.
Die NIU het ek goedgekeur synde dat dit 'n nasionale kapasiteit is.
I approve the NIU since this is a national national capacity.
Ndayivumela ke NIU ngoba into yayimfuneko yakazwelonke.
Die openbare orde was gehanteer deur 'n versoek aan die nasionale gesamentlike operasionele komitee of die NETJOC.
The POP was referred to the NETJOC.
According to your paragraph 3, on Monday, the 13th of August, Major General Naidu called you and gave you a report of the day's events and said additional personnel were needed. You then departed to Marikana shortly after 15 hours.
Say 3 p.m., they will understand.
15 p.m.
3 p.m.
Oh, 3 p.m.
Please speak 1500 hours, ordinarily speak
yes.
3 p.m.
I'm usually accustomed to 12. To 1500 hours. Is that correct?
Kaloku ngalamvulo we13 uthe wafumana umnxeba wayivela ku Naidu wena wabona mawuye pha kodwa wafika pha emva kwentsimbi yesithathu emini kunjalo.
Dit is korrek, voorsitter.
That's correct, Mr. Chairperson.
By whom were you requested to go to Marikana, if there was a request?
Voorsitter, ek het myself besluit in my kapasiteit as die komponentshoof vir gespesialiseerde operasies dat ek deurgaan soontoe.
I made the decision on my own in my capacity as a
person in your position, General, normally...
Because the interpreter hasn't finished interpreting what the Major General said, and the Hossa interpreter hasn't interpreted at all into Hossa. So we must give them both a chance.
Uthi sisigqibo endiyathathela sona
Uh,
ngenxa
in-
yesikhundla.
Is that in my capacity as the component led, as a component
Head specialized operations.
a head of specialized operations?
Njengoba ndiyintloko ke we-specialized operation na ndaye ndazithathela ke eso sigqibo eso.
Do you yourself normally attend directly to matters on the local level?
Into ezenzeka phe kumanqanaba phantsi wena uye uyiziyele ngokwakho kwinto ezinjalo.
Voorsitter, is 'n besluit wat ek self neem.
Chairperson, it's a decision I have to make personally.
Sisigqibo efuneka ndisithathe eso.
En ek het al telkens gereageer waarvan my eenhede ontplooi word
I have reacted to several where some of my units were deployed
op 'n provinsiale vlak.
at a provincial level.
Ke ngoku kwinto ezinye ezenza wephondo ndiye kumaxesha njalo ndathatha inyathelo ndabakhona nam apha amalungu amayekho.
You didn't decide or did you decide for yourself to go and involve yourself in order to fix it up in Marikana? Or were you asked by anyone to do it?
Wena wazithathela isigqibo sokuba nawe ubandakanyeke uthathe inxaxheba kule nto yayisenzeka phaa eMarikana okanye kukhona umntu wacela into uba mawuhambe uyokwenza loo nto leyo?
Voorsitter, ek het besluit om te gaan sodat ek myself kan gaan vergewis van die omstandighede.
I decided to go there, Mr. Chairperson, in order to update myself about the circumstances there.
Ndazithathela isigqibo uba ndiye phaa ukwenzele ngokwam ndiyokuzazela into yoba kwenzeka ntoni phaya.
Want ek het reeds lede van die nasionale intervensie eenheid het ek reeds ontplooi gehad daar.
Because I had already deployed members of the National Intervention Unit there.
Kuba ndandisendithumela amalungu e-NIU apho.
En dat verdere ontplooiing van sodanige eenheid kan dalk behels.
And that it might necessitate the further deployment of further units.
Ngoba loo nto ingenza kubekho imfuneko into yoba kuthunyelwe abanye bamacandelo angamanye.
Dat ek sou met lede vanaf die het sy die Durban of die Umtata eenheid ook ontplooi.
That I might have to deploy members of the Durban or the Umtata units.
Apho bekuzofuneka uba ndithumele mhlawumbi abakwicandelo eliphaa eMthatha okanye eDurban.
Synde dat daar beperkte kapasiteit by die Pretoria eenheid is.
Since there was a limited capacity at the Pretoria center, the Pretoria unit.
Ngoba kaloku babengonelanga aba babasebenza kwicandelo eliphaa ePretoria.
As the head of a tactical unit at the national level, once you had chosen to insert yourself into the local chain of command, the prospects of tactical approach being deployed at Marikana became substantially higher.
Verstaan is dit 'n stelling wat
You
gemaak word?
understand the question? You look as if you don't. Perhaps you could repeat it again, Mr. Yes.
If a person in your position and in your capacity decided to go to Marikana, the local chain of command probably would infer that the tactical approach in Marikana became considerably higher. We have a top general here, head of a unit, things are getting serious.
Uthi ke ngoku aba basebenza ke ngoku kwizinga eliphansi bona bathatha ulawulo bazayibona njengento enkulu okanye phezulu kakhulu ke ingakumbi umuntu nje ngawe onesikhundla sakho ehamba ethatha isigqibo sowe phaa eMarikana ingakumbi xa ujonga general aba banezikhundla eziphezulu.
Voorsitter, nee, ek sien nie die verbintenis dat dit nou meer ernstig is net.
I don't see that connection that it would be looked at as being more serious.
Bendingayiboni into ezawubonakala njengenondileko kakhulu ngaloo ndlela.
There is nothing in your statement that you were requested by anyone to do that.
kwintetho yakho akho apho uthi khona umuntu wacela
particularly for the deployment of the STF.
What, Mr. Bezos? Here you have a Major General who's the component head of specialized operations. He receives a phone call from the Deputy Provincial Commissioner Operations Officer, Northwest Province, Major General Naidu, who indicates that additional personnel be deployed. In the circumstances, it seems obvious that Major General Naidu would have telephoned Major General Annandale ask for the deployment of members of the service who belong to one or other of the units over which he was the component head. Isn't that so?
There was no specific request for STF unit.
Well, it was a request presumably for one or other or both or all of the units of which he was the component head.
Yes.
You know.
Well, STF is a very specialized unit, and what I want to know is that there was no request for it.
So what you were saying is there was no specific request for the STF.
Yes.
Right, okay. No, that's all right.
uthi ke akho sicelo senziwayo apho into yoba makathumele amapolisa e-STF.
Voorsitter, toe generaal Naidu my geskakel het,
Chairperson, when General Naidu phoned me,
Elixesha ke wan intsalele ngalo umnxeba uGeneral Naidu,
was dit kort nadat die 5 persone gesterf het op die maandag.
it was shortly after 5 people had died on the Monday.
kwakungekudala kusweleke abantu abahlanu ngomvulo.
Hy het nie vir my gesê stuur 10 of 20 NIU lede nie.
He didn't say to me send 10 or 20 NIU people.
Zangathi mandithumele amalungu e-NIU alishumi okanye abantu abayi-20.
Hy het vir my gesê dat hulle addisionele ontplooiing nodig het.
He said they would require additional deployment.
Hy het vir my gesê dat hy op pad is terug na Marikana toe.
That he was on his way back to Marikana.
Ubacela ke uba kuthunyelwe abanye abantu ukuba yena wayesendleleni eya eMarikana.
En weens die redes wat ek vroeër gegee het in terme van die ontplooiing van NIU.
And for the reasons that I had given earlier about the deployment of the NIU.
Njengesizathu ezitshilo ukuba kutheni i-NIU ithunyelwe apho.
Het ek toe deurgegaan om myself te gaan vergewis.
I then went there to go and see myself what is happening.
Ndaya phaa into yoba nam ndiyozibonela ngokwam into yoba kwenzeka ntoni phaya.
En ek het ook die seksiehoof van Nasionale Intervensie Eenheid Brigadier Tseloane saamgevat weens sy direkte verantwoordelikheid vir die eenheid.
Because of Brigadier Tseloane's direct involvement with this unit, the STF, I took him along.
Ndathatha ke ngoku ngoba naye esebenza apho Brigadier Tseloane ndaye ndahamba naye.
Die kwessie van die ontplooiing van spesiale taakmaglede.
The question of the deployment of the STF members.
Lo mbuzo ubuzwa ke ngokuthunyelwa phaa kwe-STF.
Dis eers geïdentifiseer later die maandag aand nadat ons
was only identified later the Monday evening.
Yabonakala kanye wavezwa ngomvulo ke kungokuhlwa.
Nadat ons pertinent vergader het.
After we had pertinently met.
Emva kuba sidibene.
En ons soveel klem gelê het in terme van die versameling van intelligensie en identifikasie van potensiële verdagtes.
And so much was put on the need for the gathering of intelligence and
arrest of identified suspects.
And the arrest of suspects identified suspects.
Kwakusemva kubana ke ngoku into bakufumaniseka into bakuzofunyanwa kuzofunwa ulwazi oluzozwa zintloli nokuba ke ngoku kuzobona eba aba ke ngoku kufuneka babanjwe ngobani na.
Dat daar toe besluit is om 'n groepie spesiale taakmaglede te mobiliseer.
We then decided to mobilize a group of STF members.
Saya ke ngoku sathatha isigqibo soba kubekho ke ngoku eliqola le-STF.
Sodat hulle op bystand kan wees om te reageer na aanleiding van sodanige
to be on standby
potensiële optredes.
To be deployed if it becomes necessary.
Ukuba bahlale bilindile ukwenzela bakwazi ukuthunyelwa xa kukho imfuneko.
On Sunday, the 12th of August, Mr. Zokwana, President of NUM, telephoned the Minister of Police and had a discussion. In this discussion, Mr. Zokwana calls on the Minister to intervene in Marikana. Do you know about that?
Kukho ixesha ke ngoku apho umhlekazi uzokwana watsalela umphathiswa wamapolisa umnxeba babe nengxoxo apho wayecalela into yoba makangenelele kulaa nto yenzeka emarikana. Kho nto yaziyo ngaloo nto leyo?
Voorsitter, ek dink met een van die openingsverklarings deur een van die partye.
Mr. Chairperson, I think in one of the opening statements by one of the parties,
was daarna verwys dat daar sodanige oproep plaasgevind het en dit is omtrent die
Reference
som
was-
totaal van wat ek weet van sodanige beweerde oproep.
reference was made to what is being said here. That is the sum total of what I know about that.
Kuyintetho yovule yenziwe ngomnye wamanqina ebelapha ke uye wachanchata ke thetha ngaloo nto leyo.
In any event, on Monday, the 13th of August, NUM released a public statement, which is Exhibit BBB7, calling for the following: the deployment of a special task force or the SANDF to deal decisively with the criminal elements in Rustenburg and surrounding mines. We appeal for the deployment of the special task force as a matter of urgency before the things run out of hand. Did you know about that public statement?
Kukho into enziwa ke phaa ngomvulo ke yinum ebhaliweyo ngeliqephu ke phaa babecela uba kuthunyelwe u-STF okanye umkhosi waseMzantsi Afrika apho kwakukho into ezazenziwa ezazibonisa ulwaphulomthetho apho babebongoza into yoba baze bazosebenza ngale meko ngokukhawuleza okudibene nokungxama. Unolwazi ngaloo nto leyo?
Voorsitter, nee, ek is nie bewus daarvan nie. Die
I'm not
bewysstuk is
aware of
egter nou vir my gegee.
But
No, ndiyaziyo ngaloo nto.
the exhibit has now been handed over to me.
Ndigqibe unikwa lo xwebhu ngoku.
Paragraph 4 of your statement, you state that on Monday evening, the 13th of August, at the JOC meeting, you, to use your own words, mobilized additional NIU and special task force members.
Kaloku unetlanganiso uthi nanibambe phaa kuJoke ngomvulo uthe wena wathi wongeza inani lamapolisa e-NIU ne-STF.
Voorsitter, ek probeer nou verband kry tussen spesiale taakmag as 'n eenheid in die polisie en dan wat hierso staan in die opskrif van bewysstuk BBB7.
I'm trying to get the connection, Mr. Chairperson, what is written on BBB7 and the connection with the STF as in the police.
Ndisama ujonga uba ke ngoku le nto idibana phi le STF kwana le ibhalwe phaa ku BBB7 olu xwebhu.
Voorsitter, hierso staan en ek haal aan.
Here it is written, and I quote, Mr. Chairperson.
Ndizawuthetha into ezibhalwe apha ke ngoku ndifunde.
NUM calls for a special task force in the mines.
Inum
It's the
icela
quotation.
kuthunyelwe i-STF phaa emigodini.
So ek weet nie of dit verwysend is na die eenheid, een van my eenhede spesiale taakmag nie.
I don't know, Mr. Chairperson, if this has reference to do to my special task force, the STF members in the South African Police Service.
Andazi noba ke ukuba bhekisa kule STF aba basebenza ngaphansi kwam.
The fourth last paragraph, we appeal for the deployment of the special task force. Have you got that as well?
Phaa ezantsi ke kukhona phathi siyabongoza into yoba makuthunyelwe aba be-STF.
Voorsitter, ek sien dit en ek sien ook in die tweede paragraaf we call
see it,
for the
Mr.
deployment
Chairperson.
of a special task force. So miskien sal NUM kan sê of hulle verwys het na die eenheid bekend in die polisie as spesiale taakmag en of hulle verwys het na 'n taakgroep. Ek weet werklik nie.
Mr. Chairperson, I see it, yes, it's written here, but here again it's written that NUM says a task team, a task force. I don't know if this has got reference to the people known in the police as the special task force or a task force of some other kind.
Mr. Bizos, sorry, can I interrupt you? The heading is NUM calls for a special task force in the mines, and then in the second paragraph, Mr. Beleni, the General Secretary, is quoted as having saying, we call for the deployment of a special task force, all small letters, or the SANDF to deal decisively with the criminal elements in Rustenburg and its surrounding mines. And then further down, we appeal for the deployment, in a couple of paragraphs later on, we appeal for the deployment of this special task force, now capital letters. But so it certainly is ambiguous. It's consistent with, I mean, depending which one you read. They're either referring to a special task force, small letters, or they're referring to the special task force, capital letters, which is part of the police service. I'm not sure, in view of the contradictions, particularly in the light of the heading, one can say that NUM definitely called for the special task force, which forms part of the police service. I don't know whether there's any point in exploring the point further.
The person that appears to have put the exhibit together seems to be particularly literate, and I think that saying the special task force in capitals distinguishes it from the general possible interpretation of a special task force as it is in the heading or in the second paragraph. I would submit with respect that this special task force...
It's a bit ambiguous, isn't it? Anyway, you put the point.
Yes.
The witness is as puzzled as I am about it. He doesn't know which one it is.
The purpose of...
Can I interrupt to ask a question which goes back to something you dealt with a few minutes ago? What time on the Monday... Well, let me not ask you a question which is designed to trap you. Let me just put it out to you. According to Exhibit FFF18, Lieutenant Colonel Scott says, he is, of course, a member of the Special Task Force. He says that at about 1800, 6 p.m., he was telephoned by Brigadier Fritz, the section head of the Special Task Force, and instructed to report to London. So it would seem, if that's correct, that the decision to call in at least one member of the Special Task Force was taken before 6 p.m. on the Monday. And I think you said the evening, but I think your memory may have been slightly inaccurate on the point. Alternatively, of course, what Lieutenant Colonel Scott says may be wrong also, but there is that apparent conflict, so perhaps we should clear it up now.
Nokuxaxisha into yoba into ebonakala apha into yoba ingathi esi sigqibo soba kuthunyelwe i-STF sathathwa phambi kwentsimbi yesithandathu ke emva kwemini kuthiwa bangayicacisela into yoba sicacelwe kakuhle sive.
Voorsitter, ja, wat kolonel Scott betref.
Chairperson, what pertaining to Colonel Scott?
Dit is waar, hy's 'n lid van die spesiale taakmag.
It is true that he's a member of the Special Task Force.
Nyani ke into yokuba uColonel Scott lo lilungu le-STF.
Hy's nie deel van die een van die 3 operasionele eenhede van spesiale taakmag nie.
He is one of 3.
He's not one, I think he said.
He's not one of 3 Special Task Force units.
Ay ngomnye waba ke ngokuba phansi kwamacandelo ke ngoku amathathu e-STF.
Hy is betrokke by die opleiding van spesiale taakmaglede.
He is involved in the training of the Special Task Force.
Naye ke ngoku uthatha inxaxheba eqeqesheni i-STF.
Onder andere daar's ook ander aspekte wat hy verantwoordelik is vir in sy posisie.
In his position, he is also responsible for other tasks.
Ke kusikhundla sakhe wenza neminye imisebenzi.
So ek het vir Brigadier Fritz geskakel en vir hom gesê hy moet vir my kolonel Scott stuur om te kom vir my die beplanning konsolideer.
I phoned Brigadier Fritz to phone Colonel Scott to come and assist me.
Ndafonela ke ngoku uFritz ukuba fonela Scott uba azonceda.
Voorsitter, as ek reg kan onthou het hy waarskynlik na 7 die aand, 7:30 het hy gearriveer daar.
If I remember well, Mr. Chairperson, he arrived at about after 7.
Banikhumbula ukuhle wafika emva kwentsimbi yesixhenxe.
Die ander lede van spesiale taakmag is eers later die aand het ek gesê ons moet addisionele lede mobiliseer vir 'n pertinente ander rede soos ek vermeld het, die intelligensiegedrewe optredes.
The other members were then arranged later, as I said, members that would be involved in intelligence-driven operations.
Ke ngoku dithe emva kwexesha ke ngoku afunyanwa amalungu ke wazawuthatha inxaxheba ekufuneni ulwazi ngendlela yabo yobuntloli.
were you either asked or instructed by the minister or anyone else to deploy the SDF members to Marikana?
Wawucela ngumphathiswa kanye ngomnye umuntu into yoba mawuthumele amalungu e-STF phaa eMarikana?
Geensins nie, voorsitter.
Not at all, Mr. Chairperson.
Zange kube njalo.
Personal responsibility for the decision to call them to be present at Marikana.
Nguwe ke osithathela uxanduva lokuba ubathumele phaa eMarikana, wasithatha ngokweso sigqibo.
Voorsitter, ek het die voorstel gemaak die aand toe ons vergader het dat hulle 'n pertinente rol kan speel.
The suggestion during the meeting that they could play a role.
Ndaye ndacebisa kaloku intlanganiso ukuba nabo ngabakho indima abayidlalayo.
Ek het verwys na die pertinente tegnologie wat hulle het in terme van
I referred to the special technology they have with reference to.
In terme van die opstel van 'n observasiepos en dan die
in terms of
verkykers wat hulle het.
Observation posts and the binoculars they have.
Ndiye ndathetha ke ngobuchule babo kwakunye neefrekenkeri ezibanazo.
Hulle vaardighede om dan 'n persoon of persone te arresteer wie potensieel gewapen kan wees.
Their ability of arresting a person that is armed.
Nesakhono sabo sokwazi ukubamba umuntu oxhobileyo.
Die waarde wat hulle kan toevoeg met hulle teen skerpskutter vaardighede wat hulle het.
The value they could add there as a result of being snipers. In that
snipers. Counter snipers.
Counter snipers, their ability.
Indlela bakwazi ngayo kakhona ukudubula ngokuphindisa.
Maar ook hulle vermoë om te ontplooi uit 'n helikopter wat gebruik word as 'n platform.
And their ability to emerge out of helicopters when deployed as such.
Nesakhono sabo sokwazi ukuba bahlike apha kwinqwelo ntaka xa bethunyelwe uba benze loo nto leyo.
Daar was toe ooreengekom dat hulle waarde kan toevoeg.
It was then agreed that their value could be added.
Kwagqitywa ekubeni ke ngokuba bayawufuneka apho indima yabo iyawubaluleka kakhulu.
En ek persoonlik het gesê daar moet addisionele lede gemobiliseer word.
And then
I personally
General, do you remember what
I personally said additional members should be sent. I personally said that additional members should then be sent.
Ndaye ndathi ke kuyawufuneka ukuba kuthunyelwe amanye amalungu kakhona.
General, do you remember what the question was?
Sawukhumbula umbuzo wami babe ndisithini?
Of ek persoonlik verantwoordelikheid vat vir hulle ontplooiing?
Whether I take the personal responsibility for their deployment?
Why are you afraid of the word responsibility?
The answer he gave amounted to an admission that he was responsible, as I understood the answer. So I don't think it's fair to say he's afraid of the word responsible. He gave the background, but he didn't, in any way, as far as I could see, duck or dodge or evade the suggestion that he was responsible. He took it firmly on the chin, as far as I understood it. But anyway, so
I have my own purposes for using the avoidance of the word responsibility. Why are you afraid to merely say yes or no in relation to the word responsibility? It was a simple question.
Buzolula ke ngoku kutheni usoyika uphendula ngokuthi ewe okanye hayi xa sithetha ngeligama lithi uxanduva.
Voorsitter, ek het die agtergrond geskep wat my genoop het om tot so 'n besluit oor te gaan en ek het ook gemeld dat ek aanvaar persoonlik verantwoordelikheid want ek het hulle gemobiliseer.
Mentioned that I take personal responsibility because I mobilized it, but before that I gave a background as to why I came to this decision.
Ewe ndithatha uxanduva ke kuloo nto leyo kodwa bendisachaza into baqala yintoni ekhokelele kuloo nto leyo noba ndithatha isigqibo esilolo hlobo.
Convenient stage.
See adjournment at this stage.
Sisayophunga.
If you could please get ready, the commission is starting. Yes, Sugumi Commission.
Commission resumes. Maar uw generaal is nog steeds onder eed.
Major, still, General, still under oath.
General, the function of the STF unit, in addition to those that you have mentioned, according to our information, that speciality is to be assigned tasks where there are sieges, where people are seized and held. And a good example is the siege of Volksgas Bank in Silverton. It appears to be an old established unit for specialized purposes.
Omnye ke umsebenzi ke ye STF uyatsho ke kulapho kuthe kwabanjwa abantu babanjwa ngabanye abantu babavingcela.
Voorsitter, dit is een van hulle funksies.
Chairperson is one of their functions, yes.
Wengomnye umsebenzi wa.
Another is kidnapping and hostage situations.
Kula abanye ke kulapho bathu abantu bavele nje bathi babathwala okanye babambe ihostage.
Dis ook deel van hulle funksies, dis korrek.
Part of their functions, yes, that's correct.
Hijacking of buses or other means of transport.
Voorzitter, soos ek verduidelik het sy dit op land, op see of in die lug plaasvind, ja, so dit kan
I explained, Mr. Chairperson, whether it takes place on land or sea or in the air.
Ichazile noba into yenzeke elwandle okanye emhlabeni okanye into yenzeka emoyeni.
Hijacking of a plane of Swazi Airlines with passengers.
Na ngexesha ke ngokuphangwe inqwelo ntaka ibizwa iSwazi Airlines eyayinabantu ababekhweleyo ngaphakathi kuyo.
Dit is korrek.
That is correct, yes.
And arrests of gangs that smuggle weapons into the country.
Namaqela ke ngoku arhweba ngezixhobo apha ke elizweni lethu.
Transit heists.
Nokuphangwa ke ngoku kwezinto ezixabisekileyo kanye imali esenkwinqwelo.
Voorzitter, hulle sal daarmee ook deel.
They would take part in that as well, Mr. Chairperson.
Nie eksklusief nie, maar ook.
Not exclusively, but also as.
They even help people who attempt to commit suicide, and they can climb high buildings and save people.
Bayakwazi ke nokuhlangula okanye basindisa abantu ingakumbi abo bafuna ukuzibulala.
Ja, dit sal meer die rol wees van die gijslaar onderhandeling en selfmoordvoorkomingsspan, maar wat jy noem is potentieel ook moontlik.
The duty of suicide squad, but that would be part of their jobs as well.
Kodwa ke umsebenzi owenziwa ngabo bakucandelo laba ke ngokuba bafuna ukuzibulala kodwa nawo ngomnye imisebenzi yabo.
We have not been able to find a single example where they were used at or in connection with crowd management.
Kunto abazenzayo ke akho kuthethwa apho kuthethwa khona ngokulawula kwezihlwele kumsebenzi wabo.
Voorzitter, ons het hulle nie ontplooi om met skare bestuur te deel nie.
We did not deploy them, Mr. Chairperson, to control, to manage the crowd.
Kange sibathumelele ukulawula izihlwele phaya.
I want to show you a color, I suppose, diagram put together by Lieutenant Colonel Scott in relation to the STF. This is it. I'm informed that you have a copy, Mr. Chairman. It's on slide 5 of Exhibit Q.
Yes.
Kuthiwa ke into i-STF ibhalwe leya ezotywe ngu-Lieutenant Colonel Scott wayekhrayonisha
Be shown, or has it been
Retrieved from a box over in the corner.
hand out copies if needed?
Be hopeful while the copies are being found in the boxes, if you've got them, beta hunt as it were, you can hand them out to save us time. Time's a precious commodity of this commission. So I don't have to remind people. Thank you.
Exhibit Q.
Thank you very much. Fortunately, the green block in the STF column obscures some of the writing.
Yes,
but,
we have what it is. It's counter-terrorism that has got to be filled in. If everybody has a copy, may I proceed, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, you may.
In the last column in green with STF, specialized operations, international and national interest hostage release, and counter-terrorism.
yatsho into yoba basebenza ke ngoku kwimeko apho kuwenziwa into zobunqolobi kwakhona apho ke ngoku basebenza apho abantu babanjwe ngabanye abantu kwizwe okanye kumhlaba wonke.
Color red indicates the function of high-risk operations NIU and STF may participate in operations of NIU.
Apho ke ngoku kukho umbala obomvu khona kuyabonisa into yoba bangathatha inxaxheba nakwimisebenzi okanye izinto ezenziwa yi-NIU.
But according to this diagram drawn by Lieutenant Colonel Scott, STF should not operate with TRT and POP. Oh, sorry. Yes, well, there is a very small margin in IU, but certainly it cannot operate with POP.
Ngokwa lendlela ebhalwe ngayo lento ke ngu-Lieutenant Colonel Scott iyabonisa into yoba ayinawukwazi STF kaloku ukusebenza kunye ne-POP.
Why was Marikana an exception in relation to the presence of STF?
Yintoni le yayingaka Marikana yayibangela into yobana ke ngoku ibandakanyeke ibe khona nayo i-STF?
Voorsitter, hierdie is nie 'n operasionele mandaat omvattende dokument nie.
Chairperson, this is not a comprehensive operational mandate document.
Ay liqwebu ke olupheleleyo oluthetha ngomsebenzi ke ngoku owenziwayo olu.
Dit verwys na die tipiese oorvleeling van sekere pertinente aktiwiteite waarvoor die eenhede verantwoordelik is.
It indicates the typical overlapping of functions of the one unit into the other.
Ibonisa into yokuba umsebenzi welinye icandelo ukwazi ukungenelela njani kwelinye icandelo na.
As ons gaan kyk na die mandate van die eenhede, sal jy sien daar's baie meer besonderhede wat vermeld word in terme van hulle verantwoordelikhede.
If we look at the different mandates of the different units, you will see there is various that links the one with the other.
Ngoku xa ungajonga ke amacandelo ahlukeneyo nemisebenzi abayenzayo ukho apho ubona ba ingathi ezinye ziyafana into abazenzayo.
Sal pertinent meld dat byvoorbeeld
Pertinently, I will make mention of
soek- en reddingsoperasies is nie vermeld onder die mandaat van taakmag nie.
which is not mentioned in the duties of the task force, is search and seizure, search and rescue.
Enye into ke ingabhalwanga apha phantsi kwe-STF kukusearcha kunye nokuhlangula.
Hoë profiel BBP beskerming is nie ingesluit in die betrokke groen blok nie.
The abbreviation H?
VIP protection.
High profile VIP protection is also not mentioned.
Nalena yokukhusela kwabantu ababaluleke kakhulu.
Dan hoë risiko situasies wat spesiale toerusting en of vaardighede vereis.
These are operations that needs expertise and high
Imisebenzi ke funa ubuchule obukhethekile.
Specialized skills and or equipment.
with specialized skills and or equipment.
Okanye izixhobo ezikhethekileyo.
4 high-risk operations. It's high-risk operations which require specialized skills and equipment. I think that's what the witness said. If I misheard, he'll correct me.
That is so, Mr.
Njalo.
Soos julle sien by NIU byvoorbeeld word daar nie vermelding
As you
gemaak
can see in NIU, there is no mention of
hulle direkte betrokkenheid by bendegeweld byvoorbeeld
their direct involvement with gang activities
of taxi
or taxi
huurmotorgeweld.
violence.
Byvoorbeeld
Bona pha ku NIU akubhalanga into yobana ke ngoku basebenza nezinto ezifana nodushe no-taxi.
plaasaanvalle.
And farm attacks.
Nohlaselo ke pha kwiifama.
Net soos by TRT is daar baie beperk vermeld in terme van dit waarvoor hulle verantwoordelik is op 'n daaglikse basis.
TRT. Just as it's a TRT, there's a very limited mention of the responsibilities.
Imisebenzi ye TRT kuthethwe kancinci kakhulu kupha ngayo.
Spesiale taakmag was dan wel in die kategorie hoë risiko met spesiale toerusting en vaardighede.
Special task force, as I have said, needs it's involved in high risk with special equipment
And skills.
and skills.
ESTF bathetha basebenza kumeko apha kukho ingozi enkulu kwaye banebuchule obuthile.
En daarvolgens hulle betrokkenheid by Marikana.
And hence their involvement in Marikana.
Ilonto baye nabo ke babandakanya kakhulu pha eMarikana.
Are you aware of any situation that the operations of any incident or place or event where POP and STF were deployed together?
Zikhona iganeko ozaziyo apho kwathunyelwa ngaxeshanye iPOP neSTF.
Voorsitter, ja,
Chairperson, yes.
Wesla.
die Wêreldberaad op volhoubare ontwikkeling,
The World
World Summit on Sustainable
Sustainability
Development.
Summit, I think is what.
the World
Sustainability
Summit on Sustainable Development, yes.
Le summit ke ya yomhlaba wonke.
Sokker Wêreldbeker 2010,
the Soccer World Cup of 2010,
indebe ibhola ke umhlaba wonke yaka 2010,
COP 17,
COP 17,
ANC Centenary Celebrations,
and the ANC Centenary Celebrations,
nombhiyozo ke we-ANC we-centenary,
en dan
And
verskeie
then-
ander groot gebeurtenisse.
and then other big events.
nezinye ke iziganeko ezinkulu.
Is this high-profile functions where preventative measures are taken with personages of high rank and international visitors? We are talking about the violent crime incidents such as Marikana may have been categorized by you and the police.
Sithetha kaloku ngeziganeko ezifana nalapha eMarikana apho kwakukho ke ngoku ulwaphulomthetho apho kusetyenziswa udushe ngendlela engamandla apho nithe nabandakanyeka khona indlela naniyibeka ngayo yayikulo luhlu indlela nanibeka ngayo.
Voorsitter, verskoon tog, ek is nie doodseker van die vraag nie.
Chairperson, if you excuse me, I'm not quite sure of what the question is.
Andiuvi kawona.
The events that you mentioned were very important events where there were great masses of people with high-profile visitors from throughout the world, and it may be that snipers may have been necessary. Have you any example of inviting STF in order to stabilize violent crime incidents such as you say were present in Marikana?
Ungasenzela umzekelo ke ngoku kwixesha elidluleyo.
Were STF invited to that sort of similar situation and not the high-profile examples that you have given us?
Khona nje enye okanye ezinye iziganeko ke ngoku apho kwakuwenziwa ulwaphulomthetho apho abantu babesebenzisa udushe ngaphandle kwezi usandozichaza apho ke ngoku iyathi iyamenywa okanye yabizwa mayothatha inxaxheba ingenelele i-STF.
Voorsitter, Marikana is uniek in ons geskiedenis.
Marikana is unique in our history, Mr. Chairperson.
Because the police killed 34 people and wounded 84 people. You didn't know that when you decided to deploy STF, or did you?
Ngenxa yokuba uthi ngoku amapolisa abulala abantu abayi-34.
Appropriate to ask the witness why he says it was unique. What Mr. Bezos is suggesting is you described it as unique because of the consequences. Is that why you say it was unique?
Nee, voorsitter.
No, Mr. Chairperson, no.
Andithi yayinto engaqhelekanga ngenxa yento yabaziziphumo zayo.
Dit was uniek in terme van dat
It was unique in terms of
daar nie 'n geval is wat ek van histories bewus is
there is no other incident that I historically know of
waar daar so 'n groot groep
where such a big group,
en so gewapend
so armed,
as 'n pertinente dreigement in 'n gemeenskap oorgekom het nie.
who was a pertinent threat to the community.
Ndithetha ke ukuba yayinto ekhethekileyo ngendlela yokubana kaloku kwixesha elidluleyo zange kubekho iqela elininzi ngolo hlobo elalixhobile kwaye abathi baba sisirhorhiso kuluntu.
You are aware of Exhibit Q, which describes, it's on slide 24, which describes mandated functions, administrative policy, division visible policing, the functioning of public order police POP, And the fourth bullet is stabilizing of serious and violent crime incidents. It's a function of POPs.
Ufundile lapha qabothatha ngayo ke ngoku engumsebenzi wePOP into yokuba umsebenzi wabo kukuba ngamapolisa asebenze apho azobonakala nokuba umnye umsebenzi wabo kukuzama ke ngoku ukudambisa imeko apho ke ngukho udushe khona yonke lonto leyo iwela ngaphansi kwePOP.
Voorsitter, restoring serious public violence en ook stabilisering daarvan is nie net eksklusief die verantwoordelikheid van openbare orde nie.
It's not exclusively the responsibility of POP to restore order and
Hayi umsebenzi wePOP kuphela ukuba bazogcina ucwangco.
Although you're much younger than I am, you couldn't fail to remember that there was nothing unique about what happened in Marikana.
the
What
microphone.
happened in KwaZulu-Natal in the late 80s and early 90s.
Voorsitter, ek is nie bewus van 'n geval waar daar soveel as 400 mense so gewapen was met kapmesse.
Chairperson, I'm not aware of an incident where there were this number of people, 400 people armed with pangas and such,
Wat in een groep sodanig funksioneer soos wat hierdie groep
who were
gefunksioneer het.
functioning in one group as it was the case in the present.
Andinalwazi ke ngaphambili leqela ke labantu abangakhona amane apho bake baphatha izixhobo ezifana ke ngokunephanga apho ke ngoba besenza into enye besebenza ngamxhelomnye.
History is not on your side, General, but don't let's debate that. The question is, the sending of STF there was in preparation of showing force and showing the people that went on an unprotected strike to be shown at the request of their employers that the police were the boss. In order to bring an end to the strike.
That's
That's why the STF were there.
I'm sorry, that's a very wide statement you're making, which should really, I think, more appropriately be broken down into a number of separate questions. Because you say, for example, that this was an unprotected strike, which of course it was. But it was also, according to some of the evidence we've heard, an unprotected strike accompanied by violence, intimidation, murder, and malicious injury to property.
Yes.
So, putting the questions you do, without breaking it down into the different components, may well cause difficulties. So the first question I suggest you ask is it correct that it can simply be described as an unprotected strike? And then you could move on to your next questions. But the way you do it, I'm afraid, is a treble or quadruple question, which I don't think is appropriate.
Well, do we agree that it was an unprotected strike?
Uyavumelana nami ba olaqhankqalazo lalungekho semthethweni?
Terme van die arbeidswet, dit is korrek.
In terms of the labor law, yes.
Ewe ngokomthetho wabasebenzi inyani leyo.
And the people were gathering in order to show strength, if you like, that they were not going to work until their demands were met.
Abantu babuthana kuloo ndawo ke ukubonisa ke amandla abanawo into yokuba abasoze babuyele emsebenzini kuze kube kwenziwa lento bayifunayo.
Die samekoms van die groeperings was onwettig in terme van die wet op openbare bijeenkomste.
The gathering of these people was unlawful in terms of the Public Gatherings Act.
Kwe Public Gatherings Act ukubuthana kwabantu apho yayinto engekho semthethweni.
Dit was nie vreedsaam nie.
It wasn't peaceful.
Yayingenziwa ke ngoxolo.
Mense was nie ongewapen nie.
People were not just unarmed.
Abantu babengaxhobanga nje.
Daar was 'n geskiedenis van intimidasie, geweld.
There was history of intimidation, violence.
Kwakho into ezaziwa apha ezasenzeka kufana nokoyikisa kunye nodushe.
Aanrandings en moorde wat verbind is aan
Assault and murders which had to do,
linked.
were linked to this happening.
Into ezazibandakanyeka kwezo zinto ezasenziwa apha kuhlaselo kunye nokubulala.
Where the 3,000 people that had gathered to be deemed responsible for those crimes that were committed.
Ngoku ke abantu bangamawaka amathathu kwakuthiwa ngabo ke ngabantu okwenza okanye abanoxanduva kulezi zinto ke okanye lophulo mthetho ogqiba olichaza.
Nie die 3000 nie, voorsitter.
Not the 3,000, Mr. Chairperson.
Hayi abantu abangamawaka amathathu.
Or even the 400 or 300, were they responsible for all those crimes that you say were committed? And I may say that we accept that there were crimes committed which should be condemned, and we condemn them. But that is no excuse for killing 34 people and wounding 84 others.
Uthi bonke na ngaba bathatha inxaxheba into yoba makuzosweleka abantu bayi-34 kodwa ke ayisisizathu ke ngoku eninoziphendulela ngazo into yobana yiloo nto inayenza into yobana mandibabulale abantu abayi-34 kungqolekeka abayi-84.
There was never an excuse to kill 34 people, Chair.
I didn't hear my
The objection is that it was never used as an excuse for killing 34 people. That's the objection. That your question suggested that it was. What is your answer to the objection?
Well, I submit that I am entitled to put to the witness the lack of proportionality of the wrong done by the people on the scene, irrespective of what may have happened on the 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th, on the contrary to what may be suggested.
To put it, but I'm not sure you're entitled to put it in the form of the question that you asked, which suggested that the killing of these people was a quoted excuse, unquote, that's the word you used, for killing 34 people. But maybe you can reformulate the question in a way which makes the point you want to make, but doesn't elicit that kind of objection.
You mentioned the crimes that were committed. Are you saying that was the commission of those crimes was a license to the police to have a plan which led to the death of 34 people and 84 seriously wounded?
Uthi ke ngezo nto zenzeka apho sizo zanika amapolice license na iphepha mvume lokubana babulale ke ngoku ekugqiba benza isicwangciso senza uba kusweleka abantu abayi-34 bazi bona abayi-84 bangqwelerheke.
Voorsitter, lisensie tot wat? Lisensie om mense dood te maak en te beseer?
License to what? License to kill people or to injure people?
Shoot people dead, to shoot people and seriously wound them.
Ndithetha ngephepha mvume ke lokudubula abantu basweleke
as I understand the question, is he's asking you, do you say that all these crimes that he condemns, the antecedent murders and assaults and malicious injuries to property and so on, do you say that those crimes constitute a basis, is that what you're saying, or a license to shoot the 34 people on the 16th? What he wants to know, is that what you say?
Voorsitter, verseker nie.
Certainly not, Mr. Chairperson.
Ngokuqinisekile kunjalo, qinisekileyo.
In paragraph 75 in Mr. Deruva's affidavit, exhibit FFF11, the expert witness, he says, TRT NIU and STF have no responsibility or equipment for frontline handling of crowd management situations. Neither is that their task. They are there to support POP personnel institutions, personnel institutions, or institutions. In situations, I'm sorry, it's in situations where there is confrontation with high-risk confrontation with individual crowd members occurs. Their typical task is of isolation, containment, and arrest of such individuals in assistance to POP personnel. Do you agree with your experts' statement?
Uyavumelana ndithethwa inxusheni into bayithethe NIU ne-STF bona ke ngoku abanamsebenzi kwaye uxanduva lokuba bame ngaphambili basebenze kwiimeko apho kufuneka kulawuliswe khona kwaye ayingumsebenzi wabo loo nto kodwa ke umsebenzi wakuba mabanike inkxaso kwi-POP kwiimeko apho kukho ingozi enkulu kakhona kukho ungquzulwano kunye nabantu. Eyona msebenzi wabo kuwahlukanisa nokuvingcela nokubamba abantu ke ngoku benceda aba be-POP. Uyavumelana nto ayithethayo ke ngoku lo uyinxushe yenu?
Voorsitter, korrek, en dis dan juist hoekom ons hulle nie gebruik het in die voorste linie of om skadebestuur toe te pas nie.
Correct, Mr. Chairperson. That is why we did not use them in the front, in the first line, and also.
Ilonto inyani le ngoba ilonto singazange sibasebenzise ngoba sibamise kumgca ophambili kwakhona.
And also.
He said SCADA here crowd control.
Also did not use them for crowd control.
Did
not use them for managing the crowd.
General, that's not in accordance with the facts that appear on Exhibit L.
Exhibit L.
According to Exhibit L, on the morning of the 16th of August,
where are you reading from in
I beg from my notes, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, I thought you were reading from Exhibit L. Oh, sorry.
To which I am indebted to the people sitting behind me and to my left and my right. The documentation in this case is too much for a person of my age. According to Exhibit L, on the morning of the 16th of August, the deployment show of force consisted of 176 POP unit members compared to 337 specialized unit members. These numbers were calculated by adding up the personnel figures reflected on slides 136 to 147 of Exhibit L. In other words, the specialized or tactical unit members outnumbered the POP members by nearly 2 to 1.
Uyatsho ke ngokuba ngokwengxelo yaka dirova kuthiwa bebaninzi abantu be-STF ukudlula abantu be-POP and kwaye umahluko yayingu-221.
This was a POP operation, or should have been. Why did the specialized units constitute a 2-to-1 majority against POP?
Ke ngokutheni nani laba ke be-STF babaninzi ngaphezu kwe-POP ngenani elingange-221. Two ababini kumntu omnye.
Voorsitter, in openbare orde sal u ook opmerk in dieselfde bewysstuk.
You would also realize on the same document
dat hulle die voorste linie was.
That they were in the front line.
Dat is hulle sou direk agter die linie in die middel sou hulle waterkanonne gehad het.
That directly behind them they would have had the water cannon.
Emva kwabo ke kwakuzobe kume ikanoni zamanzi.
Dat hulle verantwoordelik sou wees vir die uiteendryf aksie.
That they would be responsible for the dispersal action.
Babezoba noxanduva ke ngoku lokuba bazochitha abantu.
Dan ook die opbreek van groter groepe in kleiner hanteerbare groepe.
And the breaking up of the bigger groups into small controllable groups.
Nokuhluka-hlukaniswa ababekuliqela elikhulu ibe ngamaqela amancinci bangakwazi ukuthi bawalawule.
Die ander eenhede waarna daar verwys word pertinent TRT, NIU en spesiale taakmag.
The other units referred to are the NIU, STF and the TRT units.
Amanye ke amaqandelo ke ukuba ile TRT, NIU ne STF.
So pertinente vee aksies gedoen het en ook om hoë grond te vee en skoon te maak.
They were charged with the sweeping action and also the
high ground.
To mend the high ground. Sweeping action and sweeping the high ground.
Uwona umsebenzi uxanduva labo ke kuthiwa isenzo eso kanye inyathelo eli ebalibiza ukutshayela.
Dan sal jy ook merk in staande order 262.
You would also realize that in standing order 262,
dat mens jou reserve groepe vorentoe bring.
That your reserve groups are brought forward
as 'n magsvertoon,
as a show of force.
Sibona pha ku standing order ke ngoku 262 kuthethwa ngaba bahlala belindile bahlala belapho ukubonisa amandla abo.
Om dan aksies pertinent van die protesteerders of die groep te ontmoedig, aksies teenoor die polisie.
And also to discourage the crowds from acting towards the police.
Nokuzama ukutyhafisa ke ngokwezihluelezo uba zingazi apha ke ngakumapolisa.
En sodanige magsvertoon het nog vir ons altyd baie goed gewerk.
And such a show of force has in the past worked wonderfully for us, Mr. Chair.
Kuxesha edluleyo ngaphambili ke lento yokusebenzisa yokubonisa amandla iye yasebenza kakhulu.
Om sodanige groep uiteen te laat gaan.
To cause such groups to disperse.
Ukwenzeni ukuba akwazi ukuhlukana loo maqela.
Sonder om enige offensiewe aksies daar te stel.
Without having to apply any offensive action.
Ngaphandle ke ngoku kuthatha inyathelo elithile.
Finished. Do you disagree with the opinion of the three experts that the specialized units haven't got the training or the ability to crowd control? We read out their views to you earlier. Do you disagree with your views? And how can your answer be what it is when POPs were in a minority in Marikana on the morning of the 16th?
Ngoku awuvumelani nento ethethwa ngezincutshe ezintathu into yokuba aba ke ngoku bamacandelo akhethekileyo abaqeqeshelanga ukusebenza ukulawula izihlwele okanye babanasakhono sokwenza loo nto leyo ingakumbi xa esithi kona abona babembalwa phaa yayingaba bePOP.
Voorsitter, ek gaan dit weer meld dat die ontplooiing en die aanwending van TRT, NIU en STF.
I will again have to mention that the deployment of the units I've mentioned, TRT, NIU and STF.
Zawuphinda nditsho kakhona ubukuthunyelwa phaa kwe-TRT, NIU ne STF.
Was nie bedoeld om as skare bestuur te gebruik.
Were not meant to control, to manage the crowd.
Abengathunyelwanga into babahambe bayokulawula izihlwele phaa.
En daar was voldoende openbare orde polisieringslede.
There were sufficient members of the POP force, unit.
Inani ke le candelo lamapolisa iPOPs lalonele
om skare bestuur aspekte te deel.
To manage measures of managing the crowd.
Ukuba bakwazi uthatha amanyathelo okulawula ke izihlwele.
I am going to put to you, General, that the inevitable inference to be drawn from those figures and your conduct on the morning of the 16th was not to manage the crowd, but to show force, and that would lead to confrontation and not a solution to the problem.
Bezos, I have a problem with that question. You referred simply to his conduct or behavior on the morning of the 16th. I'm not quite sure what you were referring to. And I don't know whether he does either. So again, I would suggest you break up the question or explain what you mean by conduct, because the question as it is too vague in my opinion.
By showing force, by spreading the razor wire, by using gas.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bezos, you said the morning. The razor wire was only unfurled. You mean that during the day? All right,
during the day. That your actions of the 16th, the day of the 16th, the show of force, the presence of unqualified units with heavy guns, the failure to warn,
when you finished your question, Mr. Semenya has something he wants to say, but I think we should let you finish the question first so that Mr. Semenya can then address me.
Yes. Was not any attempt to deal with crowd control, but to use the words of the local commissioner and the public relations officer, that this was a D-Day and that an end to the situation would come about as a result of the police action.
Chair, there is no evidence of unqualified units that were deployed in Marikana.
They have been described by their own expert as not being fit to deal with crowd control, Mr. Chairman.
Chair, that's not unqualified.
Perhaps you can rephrase the question.
Unqualified for the task.
I understand the point you're making, but I think, if I may say so, it could be more happily phrased, so that it won't elicit these objections. Take a step back, rephrase the question in a way which gets around Mr. Semenya's objection, and then we can get the answer.
Yes. What I'm going to put to you is what the police were intending to do and in fact did on the 16th was to show that force, that they were intent on surrounding the people there with razor wire.
That's going to solve your problem, because we had that yesterday.
Yes.
Not yesterday, the day before. But the encirclement argument, and the point was dealt with in some detail, that there was no intention to surround the people. Yes. That would have required far more wire than they had. So that question raises all those issues.
Use a general
I would suggest you avoid that.
And leave the rest. You were there to confront them and not to find a solution.
Nisatsokuya kwenu pha yakuba niyokuba nongquzulwano kunye nabo yayingasikuyokufuna isombululo.
Voorsitter, dit is nie waar nie.
Chairperson, that is not correct.
Hlalwa yonyani leyo.
Have you reached a logical point in your cross-examination?
Yes,
so that it can be resumed tomorrow morning?
We are adjourning early.
Well, it's 4:05.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at my watch and 1 hour behind.
Yeah, some people say it's
No, nothing wrong
it's wonderful
with the
how,
clock.
how
It was
time
my
flies.
eyesight that
Some
was,
people say it's wonderful how quickly time flies when we're having fun. We will adjourn till 9:30 tomorrow morning.